Welcome back to another story on Bald Voldemort. This time, we're bringing you What If Harry Found the Mother Box in Gringotts Vault 713, and a voice said New God detected, Apocalypse Protocol engaged. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1. The box that sang, the cart plummeted like a stone dropped into a well, and Harry's stomach tried to climb out through his throat. He gripped the edges of the rickety iron cart with both hands, knuckles white, while Hagrid, enormous, green-faced Hagrid, sat hunched beside him with his eyes screwed shut, and his massive hands clamped over his mouth. The goblin driving them, a sharp-featured creature named Griffook, seemed to be enjoying every hairpin turn, every sickening drop into the deeper vaults of Gringotts. The torches on the walls blurred into streaks of orange. Somewhere behind them, water dripped in vast underground caverns, and Harry caught flashes of things in the dark, stalactites the size of oak trees, underground lakes as black and still as death, passageways that branched off into nowhere. "Could we slow down?" Hagrid moaned. "One speed only," Griffook said, and Harry could have sworn the goblin smiled. They'd already visited Harry's vault, his parents' vault, he corrected himself, and the thought still felt unreal, like wearing someone else's shoes. Vault 687. Mountains of gold galleons, columns of silver sickles, heaps of bronze nuts. He'd had nothing his whole life, not one thing that was truly his, and now there was a fortune underground with his name on it. He'd scooped coins into a leather pouch with trembling hands while Hagrid waited by the door. And he'd wanted to ask 1,000 questions. How? When? Why didn't anyone tell me? But Hagrid had already moved on, already said, "Right, got your money. Now we need Vault 713. And that was that. The cart lurched sideways and dove deeper. The air changed. It had been cool before, now it was cold, the kind of cold that pressed against your skin and whispered that you were somewhere very old, very deep, and very much not meant for you. Vault 713, Griffook announced, and the cart ground to a halt with a screech of metal on metal that made Harry's teeth ache. They climbed out. Hagrid staggered, leaned against the stone wall, and took several deep breaths. Harry looked around. The corridor here was different from the one above. The walls weren't rough-hewn rock anymore, they were smooth, almost polished, with a faint greenish tint that might have been mineral deposits or might have been something else entirely. There were no torches. The light came from somewhere Harry couldn't identify, a dim ambient glow that seemed to rise from the stone itself. Vault 713, Griffook repeated, stepping toward a massive door set into the wall. It had no keyhole, no handle. The surface was smooth iron, featureless except for a single point in the center where the metal swirled into a spiral pattern. Griffook pressed one long finger to it and dragged downward. The door shuddered, groaned, and dissolved, not opened, dissolved, the metal peeling apart like the skin of a fruit, revealing darkness beyond. If anyone but a Gringotts goblin tried that, Griffook said, they'd be sucked through the door and trapped inside. "How often do you check to see if anyone's inside?" Harry asked. "About once every 10 years, Griffook said. The goblin stepped back. Hagrid ducked through the doorway. He had to nearly fold himself in half, and Harry followed. The vault was smaller than Harry's had been. No mountains of gold here. The space was roughly circular, maybe 15 feet across, with walls of the same smooth greenish stone. And in the center, sitting on a low pedestal, was a grubby little package wrapped in brown paper. That was it. The most secure vault in arguably the most secure building in Wizarding Britain, and it held something that looked like it had been picked up from a post office floor. Hagrid scooped it up and tucked it deep into one of his many coat pockets. "Best not mention this to anyone, Harry," he said, tapping the side of his nose. Harry nodded, but he wasn't looking at Hagrid. He wasn't looking at the pedestal where the package had been either. He was looking at the floor. There was something wrong with the floor. Not wrong exactly. Different. In the far corner of the vault, partially hidden by shadow, the stone had a mark on it. Not a crack, not a stain, a mark, geometric and precise, like someone had pressed a stamp into wet concrete and let it harden. It was a pattern of interlocking circles, no bigger than his palm, and it was glowing. Faintly. So faintly that Harry thought he might be imagining it, that the dim light was playing tricks. But when he blinked and looked again, the glow was still there, steady and warm like an ember buried in ash. "Hagrid," Harry said, but Hagrid had already turned back toward the door, one hand on the stone frame, eager to get back into the cart and then out of the underground entirely. He hadn't heard, or he hadn't noticed. Harry looked at Griffook, but the goblin was facing away, running his fingers along the doorframe, checking something with professional interest. Harry took a step toward the mark on the floor, then another. Something was humming, not in the vault in him. Somewhere behind his ribs, low and warm, like a cat purring against his chest. He'd never felt anything like it. It wasn't unpleasant, it was recognition. That was the closest word he could find. As if some part of him, some deep buried part he'd never known existed, had just heard its name called for the first time. He knelt. Up close, the pattern was more intricate than he'd thought. The interlocking circles weren't flat, they had depth layers, as if the design extended down into the stone for inches, maybe more, and they weren't carved. Harry had spent enough time on his knees scrubbing the Dursleys' floors to know what tool marks looked like. These lines hadn't been made by chisel or wand. They looked grown, organic, like crystal formations or the branching of veins. He reached out. Later, he would try to explain to himself why he'd done it. He'd had no reason to touch the strange, glowing pattern on the floor of a high-security vault in the deepest level of a goblin bank. No reason at all, but the humming in his chest had become a pull, gentle but insistent, and his hand moved as if it already knew where it was going, as if it had always been going there, and his fingers pressed flat against the stone. The world cracked open. Not the vault, not the stone, the world. Reality itself seemed to shudder, like a windowpane struck by a stone, spiderweb fractures running through everything Harry could see. The greenish light went white. The humming in his chest exploded into a sound that was everywhere, not loud, but everywhere, occupying every frequency at once, a chord struck on an instrument the size of the universe. Harry's vision went strange. He could see the vault still, but overlaid on it, he could see other things. Geometries that had no name in any language he knew. Structures of light folding through dimensions he hadn't known existed. And at the center of it all, rising from the floor like a seed pushing through soil, a box. It was golden. Not gold like galleons, gold like sunrise, gold like the core of a flame. Gold like something that had never been touched by time or entropy. It was about 6 inches on each side, perfectly cubic, and its surface was covered in the same interlocking circular pattern that had been on the floor. It floated. It hung in the air at the level of Harry's chest, spinning slowly, and it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He heard it, not with his ears. Ping. A single tone, clear as a bell, resonating somewhere inside his skull, inside his bones, inside whatever part of a person was deeper than bones. It was a greeting. It was a question. It was a key sliding into a lock that had waited a very long time to be opened. Harry stared at the box, and the box stared back. If a box could stare, and this one could, he was certain of it. It was alive. Not alive like a person or an animal, but alive like a fire was alive. Alive like a song was alive. A self-sustaining pattern of energy and intent that had been sleeping in the stone beneath Gringotts for longer than Gringotts had existed. Then the voice came. It wasn't the box. The box spoke in pings, in feelings, in geometric impressions that unfolded behind his eyes. The voice was something else, mechanical, vast, utterly without emotion, like the automated announcement on a train platform if the train ran between galaxies. New God detected. The words arrived in Harry's mind with the weight of a glacier calving into the sea. They were not English. They were not any language. They were meaning itself, poured directly into his comprehension, bypassing ears and tongue entirely. Genetic signature, match, lineage, confirmed, designation, pending. What? Harry whispered, and his voice sounded absurdly small, the voice of a child in a cathedral built for giants. Apocalypse protocol engaged. The golden box pulsed. The light flared. And something happened that Harry would never be able to describe properly. The box moved toward him. Not through the air, through reality. One moment it was floating in front of him, and the next it was against his chest, pressing into him. And it was warm, so warm, and the humming was inside him now. The box was inside him, merging with something it found there, something that had been waiting, and Harry felt. He felt like he'd been wearing a blindfold his entire life, and someone had just ripped it off. The vault came back. The greenish light. The cold stone. Gryffindor at the door. Hagrid's enormous silhouette. Harry was on his knees on the floor. His hands were flat on the stone. There was no mark, no pattern of interlocking circles. The stone was smooth and blank, and the golden box was gone. Number not gone. He could feel it, nestled somewhere behind his sternum, warm and alive and humming its single, simple note. Ping. It was with him. It was part of him. It was Harry. Yeah, all right there. Hagrid's voice, far away and concerned. Harry blinked. The world looked different. Not dramatically, not like putting on glasses for the first time, more like adjusting to a new pair of glasses, everything slightly sharper, slightly more defined, certain things visible now that hadn't been before. The stone walls of the vault, for instance. He could see the magic in them. Not see, exactly, sense, feel, perceive through some new faculty that didn't have a name. The wards were layered like sedimentary rock. Centuries of goblin enchantment pressed one on top of another, and he could feel how they fit together, where they were strong and where they had been patched over the years. "I'm fine," Harry said. His voice sounded normal. He got to his feet. His legs were steady. "Just slipped." Hagrid gave him a look but didn't push it. "Come on then, sooner we're out of here the better." They left the vault. The door reformed behind them, iron flowing back into iron. Gryffindor led them to the cart. They climbed in. The cart began its journey back to the surface, roaring through the tunnels, and Hagrid went green again and closed his eyes. And Harry sat with his hands in his lap and tried very hard to breathe normally while something ancient and alien hummed inside his chest. "Ping," said the box. "Ping, ping." It sounded happy. The ride back to the surface took the same amount of time as the ride down, but it felt like both an instant and an eternity. Harry's new awareness, he didn't know what else to call it, was drinking in everything. The speed of the cart, measured not in miles per hour, but in something his mind translated as spatial displacement coefficients. The composition of the rock walls, their age, their mineral content, the traces of magic that ran through them like capillaries. The cart itself, its iron alloy, the enchantments that kept it on the track, the faintly horrifying absence of anything resembling a safety mechanism. The mother box, he knew that's what it was called, the knowledge arriving fully formed like a memory he'd always had but only just recalled, was cataloging everything, feeding him data in the form of feelings and impressions rather than numbers and words. It was overwhelming. It was exhilarating. It was terrifying. They burst out into the marble lobby of Gringotts, and Harry nearly staggered. After the deep vaults, the lobby was a sensory assault. Dozens of goblins at their counters, witches and wizards milling about. The high ceiling, the massive chandeliers, and under it all, the vast web of wards and enchantments that held Gringotts together, visible to him now like a spider's web catching morning dew. He could see, feel, sense every strand of it, and it was beautiful and intricate, and he wanted to stop and study it the way you'd stop to study a stained glass window. But Hagrid was already lumbering toward the exit, and Harry had to jog to keep up. The sunlight hit him. Diagon Alley, bright and bustling, full of color and noise and life. And Harry stood on the white steps of Gringotts and felt the mother box turn its attention outward, scanning, mapping, learning. It had been asleep for a very long time. It wanted to understand where it was. Where are we? Harry thought, directing the question inward, testing whether the box could hear his thoughts. A response came, not in words but in a wash of sensation, confusion, curiosity, the impression of a very small planet in a very large cosmos, unremarkable except for the pervasive background radiation of something the box didn't have a category for. Magic. It didn't understand magic. It was trying to. It was running the equivalent of diagnostic algorithms, but the results weren't making sense to it, because magic didn't follow the rules of any physics the mother box had been built to comprehend. For the first time, Harry almost smiled. The most powerful object he'd ever encountered, something that felt older than the Earth itself, and it was confused by the same thing he'd only learned about this morning. Welcome to the club, he thought. The box pinged, and this time there was something almost petulant about it, as if it didn't appreciate being laughed at. Hagrid was talking. Harry forced himself to pay attention. Got your money, got the you-know-what, now we just need your school things. Tell ya what, I'll get your birthday present while you're at Madame Malkin's, how's that? You don't have to. I want to. 11 years and no one's ever given ya a birthday present, I'll bet. Harry didn't argue. Hagrid was right. They split up. Hagrid headed for the magical menagerie, or was it Aesop's Owl Emporium? Harry couldn't remember, and Harry pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. A bell chimed. The shop smelled of fabric and faint lavender. Hogwarts, dear, said Madame Malkin, a squat witch in mauve robes. Got the lot here, another young man being fitted up just now, in fact. She led him to the back of the shop where a boy with a pale, pointed face was standing on a footstool while a second witch pinned up his long black robes. Madame Malkin stood Harry on a stool next to him, slipped a robe over his head and began pinning it to the right length. Hello, said the boy. Hogwarts too? Yes, said Harry. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands, said the boy. He had a bored, drawling voice. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry listened with half an ear. The other half, the new half, the half that hummed, was doing something strange. The mother box was scanning the boy. Not maliciously, not deliberately, it was just doing what it did, cataloging, assessing. And what it found was ordinary, completely, thoroughly, boringly ordinary. A human child with a magical core of moderate strength, elevated cortisol levels suggesting chronic low-grade stress masked by practiced arrogance, and a heartbeat that quickened slightly when he talked about his father, which the box flagged as a fear response. Harry blinked. He hadn't asked for any of that information. The box was just sharing, trying to be helpful in its alien, clinical way. Stop that, Harry thought. That's private. The box pinged, confused. Privacy wasn't a concept it had a strong framework for. It was designed to analyze threats and assets. Everything was data. People aren't data, Harry told it firmly. A pause, then a ping that felt like reluctant agreement. Do you know what house you'll be in? The boy was asking. No, Harry said. Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they? But I know I'll be in Slytherin, all our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff, I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? Harry made a non-committal sound. The boy carried on. He talked about Quidditch. Harry didn't know what that was, about Hogwarts houses. Harry barely understood the system. About someone called the other sort who shouldn't be allowed, and Harry felt the mother box register his own spike of irritation and catalog it with alien precision. When Madame Malkin finished with the pale boy and he left with a parting "See you at Hogwarts," Harry was relieved. He bought his robes. He bought his books. The mother box practically vibrated with excitement in flourish and blots, scanning the titles, trying to absorb magical theory through Harry's eyes, and Harry had to tell it firmly to calm down 3 separate times. He bought his cauldron, his scales, his telescope, everything a first-year wizard needed, and then he walked into Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and shabby. Thousands of boxes were stacked to the ceiling on every wall, and the air was thick with dust and something else, a charge, an energy that the mother box immediately started trying to parse. Harry felt it mapping the room, each wand a node of potential energy, thousands of them, each unique, and the box was fascinated in a way it hadn't been by anything else they'd encountered. Wands, it seemed, were closer to technology it understood than anything else in the magical world. Focused energy conduits, tools that channeled and shaped power. The box had a frame of reference for that. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry jumped. An old man stood before him, Mr. Ollivander, wide pale eyes shining in the dim shop. "Ah, yes," said the man. Yes, I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter." He peered at Harry's forehead. "And that's where. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it, 13.5 inches. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands." He trailed off, then seemed to shake himself. "Well now, Mr. Potter, let me see." He pulled a tape measure from his pocket. "Which is your wand arm?" I'm right-handed," said Harry. The tape measure began measuring him of its own accord, between his nostrils, around his head, the length of each finger, while Ollivander pulled boxes from the shelves, murmuring to himself. Harry watched, and the mother box watched through him, and for a moment their attention aligned so perfectly that Harry saw what the box saw. Every wand in the room as a line of light, a frequency, a unique harmonic signature, and most of them were wrong. Wrong frequency, wrong resonance, wrong, but somewhere in the room, one was right. One was singing at the exact frequency that matched something in Harry. Not the box, not the new god, whatever that meant, but Harry himself, the wizard, the child, the boy who had slept in a cupboard and never known why strange things happened around him. "Try this one," Ollivander said, handing him a wand. "Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches, nice and flexible." Harry took it. The box went quiet, respectfully quiet, as if it understood that this was not its moment. Harry waved the wand. Nothing happened. Ollivander snatched it back almost at once. "Maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, quite whippy." Harry tried it. A vase exploded. Ollivander took it back, but he didn't look disappointed. He looked intrigued. Another wand, and another. The pile of tried wands grew on the counter, and Ollivander got happier with each failure. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere." And then he paused. His pale eyes narrowed. He stared at Harry with a focus that was different from before, sharper, more searching. And Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, because for just a second, Ollivander's gaze had dropped from Harry's face to his chest, to the exact spot where the mother box hummed behind his sternum. "I wonder," Ollivander said softly. He disappeared into the back of the shop. A minute passed. Harry heard boxes being moved, shelves being searched. Then Ollivander returned, holding a single box as if it contained something that might detonate. "Holly and phoenix feather," he said, almost reverently. 11 inches, nice and supple." Harry took the wand. Warmth flooded through his fingers, up his arm, through his chest, and the mother box sang. Not a ping this time. A sustained note, harmonious and golden, that resonated with the warmth of the wand so perfectly that for one blazing moment, Harry felt whole in a way he had never felt before, complete, as if 2 halves of something vast had found each other and clicked into place. Red and gold sparks erupted from the wand tip, shooting into the air like fireworks, and the dust motes in Ollivander's shop caught the light and glittered. Ollivander clapped. "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious." He took the wand back, boxed it, wrapped it, still muttering curious under his breath. Harry waited. He'd learned from the mother box in the last hour that sometimes the best way to get information was to be quiet and let people fill the silence. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." The shop was very quiet. The mother box was very still. Harry felt it processing this information, turning it over, fitting it into patterns he couldn't see yet. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. That much has always been clear to those of us who have studied wand lore, and I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry paid 7 gold galleons for his wand and left the shop. The afternoon sun was slanting low through Diagon Alley, and he stood on the cobblestones and breathed and tried to process everything: the vault, the box, the wand, the brother-wand connection, the phrase "new god" that still echoed in his mind like a bell that hadn't stopped ringing. What did it mean? He asked the box. "New god. What is a new god?" The box responded, and for the first time it didn't use pings or feelings or geometric impressions. It used an image, a memory. Something from its own vast, ancient archive played directly into Harry's visual cortex with a clarity that made him gasp. He saw a world, not Earth, a world of fire and industry, of massive iron structures that stretched to a burning sky, of pits where things screamed, of armies that marched in lockstep across plains of scorched rock. And above it all, seated on a throne carved from something that hurt to look at, a figure. Enormous, gray-skinned, eyes that burned with a light that wasn't light. It was will, pure will, the desire to dominate everything that existed, compressed into 2 points of red fire. Darkseid, the box whispered, and the name carried a weight that almost drove Harry to his knees on the cobblestones of Diagon Alley. Then the image changed. He saw other figures, tall, radiant, powerful, moving through spaces that defied geometry. Warriors, builders, creators. They shone with an inner light that was the opposite of Darkseid's burning will. It was purpose, meaning the drive to protect and create rather than dominate and destroy. And they carried boxes. Golden boxes just like the one inside Harry. Mother boxes, partners, friends. "New gods," the box said, and now there was warmth in the concept. Warmth and pride and terrible, aching loss because these beings were gone or scattered or imprisoned, and the box had been alone for so long. "Harry, Harry, over here." Harry blinked. The vision dissolved. Hagrid was lumbering toward him, beaming, carrying a large cage with a beautiful snowy owl inside. "Happy birthday," Hagrid said, thrusting the cage into Harry's hands. The owl hooted softly and fixed Harry with a stare of amber-eyed intelligence. The mother box scanned her. Ordinary owl, extraordinary temperament, loyalty patterns off the charts, and offered an approving ping. "She's beautiful," Harry said, and meant it. "Thank you, Hagrid." They gathered the rest of his things and made their way back through the leaky cauldron to the Muggle world. Hagrid put Harry on a train back to the Dursleys, gave him an envelope with his Hogwarts ticket, platform 9 3/4, Don Forget, and clapped him on the shoulder with a dust-bin lid-sized hand. "You'll be all right, Harry," Hagrid said. "Hogwarts is the safest place in the world." Harry nodded. He watched Hagrid disappear into the crowd at Paddington Station, and then he was alone on a train with an owl and a trunk full of magical supplies and an alien supercomputer bonded to his soul, heading back to number 4 Privet Drive, where a cupboard under the stairs waited for him. "Ping," said the box. It sounded indignant, as if the concept of a cupboard under the stairs was an affront to everything it stood for. Don't worry about it, Harry thought. It's only for a few more weeks. But the box did worry. Harry could feel it. It worried the way a parent worried, or the way Harry imagined a parent would worry, having never had one long enough to know. The box ran calculations and scenarios and threat assessments, and what it concluded about the Dursleys would have been very unflattering to them if they'd ever known about it. The weeks at Privet Drive passed in a strange new haze. Outwardly, nothing had changed. Harry did his chores. He avoided Dudley. He ate whatever scraps Aunt Petunia deigned to give him and retreated to his cupboard at night. But inwardly, everything was different. The mother box taught him. Not in words, not in lessons. It wasn't a textbook or a teacher. It taught him the way a river teaches a stone, by constant, gentle, relentless pressure. At night, when the house was quiet and the Dursleys were snoring in their beds, Harry would lie in his cupboard and the box would unfold. It showed him the cosmos. Not all of it. Even the mother box couldn't hold all of it, but pieces. The architecture of reality, the way space folded and energy flowed. Boom tubes, corridors punched through the fabric of space-time, connecting any 2 points in the universe. The box could open them. Harry could feel the capability sitting inside him like a muscle he hadn't learned to flex. It showed him himself. His cells, his DNA, his magical core, and layered over all of it, threaded through it like gold wire through tapestry, something else. Something the box called the God signature. It was what had made the box wake up. It was what the voice had detected. Harry carried in his genes the marker of the new gods, not dominant, not active, but there. Dormant, waiting, as if one of his ancestors, impossibly long ago, had been something more than human, and the bloodline had thinned over millennia until only a trace remained, just enough for a mother box to recognize. How? Harry asked night after night. How is that possible? The box didn't know. It theorized. It ran models. It pinged in frustration when the models didn't work because magic kept throwing off the variables. The best it could offer was a feeling, ancient, forgotten, hidden on purpose. Someone a very long time ago had hidden a new god's bloodline on Earth, in a magical family, and the mother box had been hidden nearby, waiting for the bloodline to express itself strongly enough to be detected. Was it my mum? Harry asked one night, thinking of red hair and green eyes and a sacrifice that had broken the most powerful killing curse ever cast. Or my dad, the box considered. Then carefully it offered an impression. The god signature was strongest in Harry's maternal line. His mother's side. Lily Evans, Muggle-born witch. Muggle-born, but not entirely Muggle. Not if you went back far enough. Harry lay in the dark and stared at the underside of the staircase and thought about his mother carrying something in her blood that wasn't magic and wasn't human, something older than both. And he thought about the golden box that had sung when it found him. And he thought about the vast gray figure on the burning throne, and fear and wonder tangled together in his chest until he couldn't tell them apart. "Ping," said the box softly, reassuringly. "I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." August burned itself out. September first arrived with a cool gray dawn, and the Dursleys drove Harry to King's Cross Station in poisonous silence. Uncle Vernon dumped his trunk on a trolley, sneered at the ticket, platform 9 3/4. "Don't be ridiculous, there's no such thing," and drove away, laughing. Harry stood in the middle of King's Cross with an owl and a trolley, and no idea how to find a platform that shouldn't exist. The mother box, helpfully, scanned the station and immediately identified an anomaly between platforms 9 and 10, a spatial fold cleverly disguised, invisible to non-magical senses but glaringly obvious to a piece of apocalyptic technology. It pinged and offered a directional nudge, but before Harry could move, he heard a voice. Packed with muggles, of course. He turned. A plump woman was marching past, surrounded by boys, 4 of them, all with flaming red hair. She was talking about muggles. She had to be a witch. Harry pushed his trolley after her. "Excuse me," he said. "Could you tell me how to get onto the platform?" She smiled warmly. "Not to worry, dear. It's Ron's first time to Hogwarts as well." She gestured to the youngest and tallest of the red-haired boys, who gave Harry a slightly nervous grin. "All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous." Harry watched one of the older boys, the twins, identical and grinning, run at the solid metal barrier and vanish through it. Just vanish. The mother box chirped with scientific delight and immediately began modeling the spatial mechanics. "Go on, dear," the woman said. Harry ran at the barrier. He braced for impact. It didn't come. The metal dissolved around him like mist, and he was through, and platform 9 3/4 opened up before him. The Hogwarts Express was a scarlet steam engine, gleaming and magnificent, belching white smoke into a vaulted ceiling. The platform was thronged with witches and wizards, children hauling trunks, owls hooting, cats weaving between legs, and the mother box was mapping all of it, every person, every magical signature, every ward and enchantment woven into the platform and the train and the barrier behind him. It was like watching someone try to drink an ocean through a straw, and the box was loving every second. Harry heaved his trunk onto the train and found an empty compartment near the back. He settled in, Hedwig. He'd named the owl during those long weeks at Privet Drive, after a name he'd found in a history of magic, perched on the seat beside him, and waited. The compartment door slid open. The red-haired boy, Ron, stood there, looking uncertain. "Anyone sitting here?" he asked, pointing at the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry said. Ron sat. He stared at Harry, then looked away, then stared again. Are you really Harry Potter?" he blurted. Harry nodded. "Yeah. Oh, I thought it might be one of Fred and George's jokes. And have you really got, He pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry pulled back his fringe. Ron stared at the lightning bolt scar. The mother box, unbidden, scanned Ron, elevated heart rate, mild anxiety, genuine curiosity uncomplicated by malice, and pinged a quiet assessment that translated roughly as safe, friendly, honest to a fault. Harry tucked that assessment away and let himself smile. The train pulled out of the station. London blurred past the windows and then gave way to countryside, green and rolling under a sky of scudding clouds. Ron talked. He talked about his family, 5 older brothers, 1 younger sister, parents who loved them all ferociously on a shoestring budget. He talked about Hogwarts, about the houses, about Quidditch. He pulled out sandwiches, corned beef, which he didn't like, and Harry, buoyed by his new wealth, bought the entire trolley when it came past, and they sat in a sea of chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and talked like they'd known each other for years. The mother box hummed contentedly. It had no framework for friendship. It was a machine, a construct, a tool of God's, but it recognized that Harry's cortisol levels were dropping, that his heart rate was settling into a pattern the box associated with safety and comfort, and this data pleased it in whatever way data could please a sentient cube of alien technology. The compartment door opened again. A round-faced boy stuck his head in, looking tearful. "Sorry," he said, "but have you seen a toad at all?" "No," said Ron. "I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me." "He'll turn up," said Harry. "Yes," said the round-faced boy miserably. "Well, if you see him." He retreated. And then, a few minutes later, the door opened again and a girl walked in. She had bushy brown hair and large front teeth and the kind of voice that suggested she'd memorized several textbooks and was eager to share. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one," she said. She had a bossy sort of voice. "We've already told him we haven't seen it," said Ron, but the girl wasn't listening. She was staring at the wand in Ron's hand. He'd been about to try a spell to turn his rat yellow. "Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see it then." Ron looked taken aback. He cleared his throat and waved his wand. Nothing happened. The rat remained stubbornly gray. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" the girl said. "Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you?" She said this all very fast. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. "Ron Weasley," Ron mumbled. "Harry Potter," said Harry. Hermione's eyes went wide. "Are you really? I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading. And you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "Am I?" said Harry, feeling dazed. The mother box scanned Hermione. It took longer than it had with Ron, not because she was more complex, but because the box kept finding things that interested it. Her magical core was strong, significantly above average. Her neural architecture was, and here the box offered an impression that Harry translated as remarkably efficient. She processed information the way the box processed information, voraciously, systematically, with a deep need to understand the underlying structure of things. The box pinged, and the ping carried a note that Harry could only describe as respect. "You like her," Harry thought, amused. The box pinged again, neither confirming nor denying, but Harry felt the warmth in it. Hermione left to continue hunting Neville's toad, but Harry had a feeling she'd be back. The mother box agreed. "Ready for your prompt to write." The countryside outside the train windows had darkened from green to deep amber by the time the compartment door slid open for the third unwelcome time. But this wasn't Neville or Hermione. 3 boys stood in the corridor. The one in front was pale and pointed, with slick-back blonde hair and a smirk that looked like it had been practiced in a mirror. Harry recognized him immediately from Madame Malkin's. Flanking him were 2 enormous boys who looked like they'd been carved from the same block of thick, dull stone. "Is it true?" the blonde boy said. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it?" "Yes," said Harry. He felt the mother box stir, and with it came a wash of data he hadn't asked for. The blonde boy's heartbeat was elevated, his pupils slightly dilated, the muscles in his jaw tight. Nervous, performing. The 2 flanking boys were calm in the way that people who didn't think very much were calm. "This is Crabbe and this is Goyle," the blonde boy said carelessly. "And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron coughed, and it might have been a laugh. Draco's eyes snapped to him. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." He turned back to Harry. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He held out his hand. Harry looked at it. The mother box pinged, not a warning, not an assessment, just a quiet observation, as if it wanted to see what Harry would do. And Harry thought about what the box had shown him in Madame Malkin's, the fear response when Draco talked about his father, the stress hormones, the performance of it all. This was a boy who'd been taught to act like this by someone whose approval he desperately needed. Harry understood that. He'd spent 10 years trying to become invisible to earn the Dursleys' tolerance, which was the closest thing to approval he'd ever known. He understood it, but understanding didn't mean accepting it. "I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks," Harry said. Draco's cheeks went pink. The mask slipped for half a second. Underneath was something raw and startled, a boy who hadn't expected to be refused, and then it was back, harder than before. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter," he said slowly. "Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either." Ron stood up. His ears were as red as his hair. "Say that again," he said. "Oh, you're going to fight us, are you?" Draco sneered, looking at Crabbe and Goyle. "Unless you get out now," Ron said. The mother box flared. Not at Draco, at Goyle, who had reached toward the pile of sweets on the seat and was attempting to pocket a chocolate frog. The box flagged the movement before Harry's conscious mind registered it, and Harry's hand shot out and caught Goyle's thick wrist with a speed that surprised everyone in the compartment, including Harry. Goyle stared down at Harry's hand on his wrist. Harry stared at his own hand. He hadn't decided to move. The box had nudged his reflexes, just a fraction of a second faster than human reaction time, and his body had responded before his brain caught up. It felt like muscle memory for something he'd never done. "Don't," Harry said quietly. Goyle tried to pull free. Harry let go. He didn't want a scene, and the box was already retreating, embarrassed in its alien way, pinging an apology for overstepping. But the damage was done. Goyle was looking at Harry with something new in his small eyes, something that wasn't quite fear but was adjacent to it, and Crabbe had taken a step back, and even Draco looked momentarily wrong-footed. Then a rat, Ron's rat, Scabbers, old and gray and perpetually asleep, woke up, launched itself off the seat and bit Goyle's finger. Goyle howled. The three of them scrambled out of the compartment. Scabbers, heroic effort apparently exhausted, flopped back onto the seat and went asleep. Ron stared at Harry. "How'd you do that? Grab him like that? You were fast." "Reflexes," Harry said, which was true, just not the whole truth. "Brilliant reflexes," Ron said admiringly. "Then who do you reckon Malfoy thinks he is, honestly?" Harry shrugged. But the mother box was still processing the encounter, and it offered him an insight that landed with the weight of experience. Draco Malfoy was not the threat. Draco Malfoy was a symptom. Whatever had shaped that boy, whoever his father was, whatever world he came from, that was the thing worth paying attention to. Harry filed it away. He was getting better at that, at receiving the box's input without being overwhelmed by it, at sorting the useful from the noise. 3 weeks of nightly communion in the cupboard under the stairs had turned what had initially felt like drinking from a fire hose into something more manageable, a stream of awareness that ran alongside his own thoughts, parallel but distinct, like a second voice in a conversation that only he could hear. A voice in the corridor announced that they'd be arriving at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. Harry and Ron pulled on their robes. The train slowed, then stopped, and they spilled out onto a dark platform with the rest of the students, a river of black robes and nervous faces. Furs years over here," Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd. His lantern swung in the darkness like a lighthouse. Harry grinned and waved, and Hagrid beamed back. "Come on, follow me. Any more furs years? Mind your step now, furs years, follow me." They followed a steep, narrow path through dark trees. Nobody spoke much. The mother box was scanning constantly, mapping the terrain, the tree line, the magical signatures that saturated the very soil. This land was old. Whatever Hogwarts was, it had been here for a very long time, and the magic had seeped into the earth like water into a sponge, permeating everything. The box had never encountered anything like it, and its pings took on a quality Harry could only describe as awe. "Yale, get your furs sight o' Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder. "Juice round this bend here." The path curved. The trees parted, and there it was. Harry stopped walking. Several people behind him stumbled, but he didn't notice. Hogwarts Castle sat on a high mountain on the far side of a vast black lake. Its towers and turrets rose against a sky thick with stars, windows glowing with warm golden light, and it was beautiful. Anyone would have said it was beautiful, but Harry wasn't seeing it the way anyone else was seeing it. The mother box was showing him. The castle blazed, not with light, with magic. Every stone, every beam, every tile and flagstone and gargoyle was saturated with enchantment. Layers upon layers upon layers, a millennium of spellwork deposited like geological strata, and the whole structure pulsed with a life of its own, a vast, slow, ancient awareness that wasn't sentience exactly but was something close to it. The castle knew itself. It knew its corridors and its secrets and its hidden rooms. It knew when people were inside it. And as Harry stared across the black lake, he felt something impossible, the castle looking back. Not at him. At the box. "Ping," said the mother box tentatively, like a traveler greeting a stranger in a foreign land. And the castle responded. Not in pings, not in words, but in a shift, a settling, a warmth, like a house relaxing around a welcome guest. The wards adjusted so subtly that no human wizard would have noticed, creating the smallest possible space of acceptance around Harry, a place where he fit. "It knows we're here," Harry thought. Yes, the box agreed. And for the first time it added something that felt like hope. Safe. This place is safe. Harry wasn't sure he believed that. Nowhere had ever been safe. But he climbed into the little boat with Ron and Neville and Hermione. She'd materialized beside them with the inevitability of a natural law, and they sailed across the black lake toward the blazing castle, and Harry let himself feel, for just a moment, like he was coming home. The boats docked. They climbed stone steps. Hagrid knocked on a massive oak door 3 times, and it swung open to reveal a tall, black-haired witch in emerald-green robes whose face wore the expression of someone who had been managing 11-year-olds for decades and had no intention of tolerating nonsense. "The fur's years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them through an entrance hall so large you could have fit the entire Dursley house inside it. The mother box immediately began mapping escape routes, load-bearing walls, ward anchor points, and the structural integrity of a suit of armor that was definitely enchanted to move on its own, and into a small chamber off the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall gave them a speech about the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. "Your house will be like your family," she said, and Harry felt the box ping softly at the word family. Then she left them to wait, and the first years immediately began panicking about how the sorting would work. Ron was muttering about wrestling a troll. Hermione was whispering every spell she'd ever learned. Neville looked like he might be sick. Harry stood still and breathed. "What are you?" he asked the box for the 100th time. Not what's a mother box, he knew that now, or at least the broad strokes. He meant something more specific. "What are you doing to me? Am I still me?" The box considered this with the thoroughness it brought to everything. Then it offered not an answer but a demonstration. It pulled back. Not physically, it couldn't leave. It was bonded to him, but it dimmed its presence, muted its input, reduced itself to the faintest possible hum. The cascade of data stopped. The scanning stopped. Harry's awareness shrank back to ordinary human parameters, and the world became smaller and dimmer and less detailed, like switching from color to black and white. He was still Harry. The same nervous stomach, the same sweaty palms, the same desperate hope that he wouldn't embarrass himself. The box hadn't changed who he was. It had added to him, expanded him, given him new senses and new knowledge, but underneath all of it, he was the same boy who'd found a letter in the mail and discovered he was a wizard. "Okay," he thought, "come back." The box surged back with a relieved ping, and the world blazed into full detail again, and Harry almost smiled. "I'm still me," he thought. Yes, the box agreed. Better. Professor McGonagall returned. "They're ready for you. Form a line and follow me." The doors to the Great Hall opened, and Harry walked into a room that took his breath away. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students. Thousands of candles floated in midair over the tables. The ceiling, he'd read about this in Hogwarts. A history, or rather Hermione had told him about it approximately 7 times on the boat ride, was bewitched to look like the night sky, and stars glittered overhead in a perfect replica of the heavens. The mother box looked up and saw the enchantment for what it was, a dimensional membrane thin as paper projecting an image of the actual sky overhead. Clever, elegant, the box approved, At the front of the hall on a stool sat a hat, an old, battered, patched wizard's hat. As Harry watched, a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. The box was fascinated. A sentient artifact, not technology, not biology, something else entirely, a piece of magic that had developed awareness over centuries of exposure to human minds. It scanned the hat eagerly and recoiled. The hat's internal structure was recursive. It was thinking about thinking, an infinite loop of self-reference that made the box's analytical frameworks throw up their hands in surrender. Magic. It always came back to magic. The hat finished its song. Professor McGonagall unrolled a scroll. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Names were called. Students walked to the stool, sat down, put on the hat, and were sorted into houses. The hat shouted Gryffindor, or Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, and the appropriate table erupted in cheers. It was simple, it was straightforward. Harry watched and waited and felt his heart beating faster with every name that brought the alphabet closer to P. Granger. Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat took a long time, almost 4 minutes. Harry watched her face cycle through what seemed like an intense internal conversation. Then the brim opened. Gryffindor. Hermione hopped off the stool, beaming. Ron groaned. More names. Neville went to Gryffindor too, and ran off still wearing the hat, and had to come back to give it to the next student. Draco Malfoy swaggered up, and the hat barely touched his head before screaming Slytherin. Draco looked satisfied in a way that didn't quite reach his eyes. Potter. Harry. The hall went silent. Then the whispers started, a wave of them rolling from table to table. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. Harry walked to the stool. He could feel every eye in the hall on him. The mother box, sensing his distress, offered to scan the room for threats. He told it to shut up. This was something he had to do as himself. Just Harry. He sat on the stool. Professor McGonagall dropped the hat onto his head. It fell over his eyes and the great hall vanished. Well, 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 said a small voice in his ear. What have we here? Harry waited. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting, but what's this? What's oh? The hat went quiet. Harry felt something. A probe, delicate and careful, like fingers running along the surface of a locked door. What are you carrying, boy? The hat whispered, and for the first time its voice sounded not playful but genuinely shaken. Harry's stomach dropped. The mother box, which had been quiescent, pinged sharply, a warning, a protective surge that pushed against the hat's probe and met it at the boundary of Harry's mind. I'm not going to hurt him, the hat said, and it was talking to the box now, not to Harry. I've sat on 10,000 heads and harmed none of them, but this, I've never felt anything like this. This isn't magic. What is this? Ping, defiant, protective, mine. Yes, yes, I can see that. You're bonded, remarkable. And underneath, oh, the boy himself, yes, let me focus, courage to spare. A need to prove himself, but not for glory, no, for identity, to be more than what others have decided he is. That's very Gryffindor, but there's a cunning here too. A strategic mind, and Slytherin could help him on the way too. Not Slytherin, Harry said. Not because of Draco. Because the mother box had shown him something in those long nights in the cupboard, a vision of the figure on the burning throne, the embodiment of domination, and Harry had looked at it and felt something in himself that resonated, some dark chord of anger and loneliness, and wanting to make the world pay for every night in that cupboard, and it had terrified him. He didn't need a house that would nurture ambition. He needed a house that would anchor him to something brighter. Not Slytherin, said the hat. Are you sure? You could be great, you know. It's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness. No doubt about that, and with what you carry, greatness isn't just possible, it's almost inevitable. Not Slytherin, Harry repeated. The hat paused. Harry felt it considering, weighing, and he felt the box hovering at the edges, ready to intervene if the hat pushed too hard. "Very well," the hat said. "If you're sure, better be Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the hall. The hat was lifted from his head and the noise hit him like a wall. The Gryffindor table had erupted. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" And a tall boy with dreadlocks was shaking his hand, and Harry walked to the table on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else and sat down next to Hermione, who was beaming at him. And across the table Ron gave him a thumbs up from where he was still waiting to be sorted. The mother box pinged. Quiet and warm. "Home," it said, trying out the concept. Maybe, Harry thought, we'll see. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor. The hat barely hesitated, and he came crashing down next to Harry with a grin as wide as the Great Hall. Dumbledore stood, said a few words that were either deeply profound or completely nonsensical. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, and the feast appeared. Food. Mountains of it. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some reason mint humbugs. Harry had never in his life been allowed to eat as much as he wanted, and for several minutes he was too busy filling his plate to think about mother boxes or new gods or the figure on the burning throne. The box let him eat in peace. It had learned, over the weeks at Privet Drive, that Harry valued small pleasures more than grand revelations, and that interrupting dinner was a good way to earn a sharp mental rebuke. So it hummed quietly and ran background processes and was content, until it wasn't. Harry was reaching for a treacle tart when the box pinged, sharp, urgent, a frequency he'd come to associate with threat detection. He froze, the tart halfway to his plate. His eyes swept the hall involuntarily, guided by the box's focus, and landed on the staff table at the front. Dumbledore sat at the center, tall and silver-bearded, radiating calm authority. To his right, a tiny wizard who might have been standing on books. To his left, a severe woman who Harry recognized as Professor McGonagall. And further down the table, between a man in a ridiculous purple turban and a hook-nosed professor with greasy black hair, the hook-nosed professor was staring at Harry. And there was something in that stare, something cold and complicated and bitter, but the box wasn't flagging him. The box was flagging the other one, the man in the turban. "Who's that?" Harry asked the nearest person, a ghost who'd introduced himself as nearly headless Nick. "The one in the turban. Oh, that's Professor Quirrell. Teaches defense against the dark arts. Bit of a nervous fellow, took a year off, went traveling, hasn't been quite the same since." Harry looked at Quirrell. Quirrell, as if sensing the attention, looked back and gave a nervous smile and a small wave. Perfectly harmless, perfectly ordinary. The mother box disagreed violently. It was pinging in a pattern Harry hadn't heard before, rapid, staccato, layered, like an alarm going off in multiple frequencies simultaneously. And underneath the alarm, a word. Not a ping, not a feeling, an actual word, pushed into Harry's consciousness with such force that it felt like being slapped. Wrong. Harry gripped the edge of the table. Ron glanced at him. "You all right, mate? You've gone pale." "Fine," Harry said, "just ate too fast." But he was staring at Quirrell, and through the mother box's enhanced perception, he was seeing something that made no sense. Quirrell had a magical signature. Every wizard did. The box had learned to read them, but Quirrell's was split, fractured, as if two signatures were occupying the same body, one layered on top of the other like a mask over a face. The top layer was weak, flickering, anxious. That was Quirrell, the nervous man in the turban. But underneath it, pressed against it, wound through it like a parasite through a host, something else. Something dark. Something that burned with a cold, patient malice that made Harry's scar prickle. The box wasn't just alarmed. It was afraid. Harry had never felt the box afraid before. In 3 weeks of communion through visions of apocalypse and Darkseid and the endless war between new gods and the forces of anti-life, the box had maintained a clinical detachment, presenting horrors as data. But this was different. This was immediate. This was here, 20 feet away, sitting at a table and eating roast potatoes. "What is it?" Harry asked. The box struggled to answer. Its analytical frameworks kept sliding off the thing inside Quirrell, unable to get purchase, like trying to grip smoke. It wasn't technology. It wasn't biology. It was magic, deeply dark magic, the kind that twisted the fundamental nature of a soul, and the box couldn't categorize it properly. All it could offer was an impression, a human consciousness, fragmented, distributed, tethered to the living world by methods the box found abhorrent. Not alive, not dead, something in between, something that should not exist. And it wanted something. Harry could feel that much through the box. The thing inside Quirrell wanted something desperately, with a hunger that eclipsed every other signal in the room, and that hunger was aimed in 2 directions, toward the corridor on the 3rd floor that Dumbledore would later warn them about, and toward Harry. His scar burned. A quick, sharp flare, like a match, struck against his forehead. Harry pressed his hand to it and winced. "Seriously, Harry, you look awful," Ron said. "Should I get someone?" Really, I'm fine." Harry forced himself to look away from Quirrell. The pain faded. The box's alarm subsided to a steady, watchful hum. "We need to be careful," Harry thought. Yes, the box agreed. Careful, watchful, ready. "Can you tell what it wants?" A pause. Then an image pulled from Harry's own memories, the grubby little package from Vault 713, the one Hagrid had pocketed and refused to discuss. "That's what it wants." "Yes, and you?" Harry looked down at his plate. The treacle tart sat there, golden and perfect, and suddenly he wasn't hungry anymore. The feast ended. Dumbledore stood again and delivered announcements. The 3rd floor corridor was out of bounds to everyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. The box pinged sharply at this, already calculating the probability of various death methods and their associated pain indices. The Forbidden Forest was off limits. Magic was not to be used between classes in the corridors, and Quidditch trials would be held in the 2nd week of term. They sang the school song. The Weasley twins sang it to a slow funeral march. Then they were dismissed, and the Gryffindor first years followed a prefect named Percy Weasley, Ron's brother, stiff and pompous and desperately proud of his prefect badge. Up staircases that moved, past portraits that talked and doors that weren't doors and trick steps that you had to remember to jump. The mother box mapped every step, building a 3-dimensional model of the castle's layout with a compulsive thoroughness that bordered on obsessive. But the castle didn't want to be mapped. Harry felt it. The corridors shifted when the box wasn't looking. Staircases rearranged themselves. Doors that had been there a moment ago weren't there anymore, and new ones appeared in their place. The castle was alive, and it was playing with the box, teasing it, and Harry felt the box's frustration mount until it was practically vibrating. "It's messing with you," Harry thought, amused. The box pinged indignantly. It was a cosmic artifact of immeasurable power and sophistication. It did not get messed with by buildings. The castle, as if in response, moved a staircase directly under them. Harry grabbed the railing as the entire flight of stairs swung like a pendulum, and several first years screamed. Percy, unfazed, said, "Do watch out for the staircases. They like to change." "I think it heard you," Harry told the box. The box went sulkily quiet. They reached the Gryffindor common room, behind a portrait of a fat lady who demanded a password, Caput Draconis, and swung open to reveal a round, cozy room full of squashy armchairs and a crackling fire. The boys' dormitory was up a spiral staircase, and Harry found his 4-poster bed with his trunk at the foot and Hedwig already asleep on the windowsill. Ron fell asleep almost instantly. So did the other boys in their dormitory, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas. Within 10 minutes, the room was full of the slow, heavy breathing of exhausted 11-year-olds. Harry lay awake. The curtains of his four-poster were drawn. The room was dark, and in the darkness, Harry held out his hand, palm up, and thought, "Show me." The mother box materialized. Not fully, it couldn't, it was bonded to him, merged with him at a level deeper than physical, but it projected itself, a holographic ghost of the golden cube floating 2 inches above his palm. It spun slowly, its surface patterns shifting and flowing, and it cast a faint, warm light that turned the inside of Harry's bed curtains into a tiny, private world. "Ping," it said. "Ping. Ping." Quietly, Harry whispered. He lay there and looked at it, and it looked at him, and neither of them spoke, in words or pings or geometric impressions, for a long time. They didn't need to. The bond was deep enough now that silence was its own communication. Harry felt the box's contentment, its lingering anxiety about Quirrell, its deep and somewhat baffled fascination with the castle, its quiet, steady devotion to the boy it had bonded to. And the box felt Harry's exhaustion, his wonder, his fear, his fragile, budding hope that this place, this mad, magical, impossible place, might be somewhere he could belong. "I don't know what I am," Harry thought. "New god, wizard, the boy who lived, everyone's got a label for me. I don't even know which one is real." The box considered this. Then it offered what might have been the most sophisticated piece of advice it had ever generated, though it came not as words but as a feeling, warm and certain, all of them. "None of them. You're Harry, the rest is just noise." Harry almost laughed. An ancient cosmic artifact born in the fires of a god world, and its grand philosophy boiled down to be yourself. "Ping," the box said, and there was definitely humor in it. Harry closed his eyes. The holographic box faded, sinking back into him, settling behind his sternum like a second heartbeat. The castle hummed around him, vast and old and strangely welcoming. Somewhere below, in the dungeons, a dark thing in a turban plotted and hungered. Somewhere above, stars wheeled in the sky above the enchanted ceiling. And somewhere impossibly far away, across distances that light itself would take millennia to cross, a signal was propagating, a pulse, sent when the mother box had activated in Vault 713, spreading outward at speeds that defied conventional physics, carrying a simple message. New god detected. Coordinates attached. In a throne room carved from suffering on a world of fire, something received the signal. It did not react immediately. It had learned patience over millennia. But a single word formed in a mind older than stars, a mind that had spent eons searching for something, a mind that knew the taste of destiny the way a wolf knows the taste of blood. The word was a name, and the name was a promise and a threat and an inevitability. Soon, Harry slept. The box kept watch. The castle breathed around them, and in the darkness between worlds something smiled. Harry woke to Scottish sunlight pouring through the dormitory windows and Ron Weasley's freckled face hovering 6 inches from his own. "Breakfast," Ron said. "They've got bacon." Harry groaned, fumbled for his glasses, and sat up. The dormitory was already half empty. Dean and Seamus had gone ahead, and Neville was searching for his toad again, which seemed to be an ongoing condition rather than a specific event. The mother box had been busy while Harry slept. He could feel it. It had spent the entire night mapping the castle, working with the building's semi-sentient structure rather than against it this time, and the result was a 3-dimensional model that unfolded behind Harry's eyes when he focused on it. Corridors, classrooms, hidden passages, ward lines, magical hotspots, structural weaknesses, areas where the fabric of space was slightly thinner than it should be. The castle was a labyrinth, and the box had charted it, and the information sat in Harry's mind like a memory of a place he'd explored himself. He could feel the 3rd-floor corridor. Even from here, several floors away and on the other side of the building, the box had flagged it as a zone of concentrated danger. Something large was behind a locked door. Something alive. Something with 3 magical signatures where most creatures had 1. And deeper below the 3rd floor, below the castle, below the dungeons, a series of chambers protected by layer upon layer of enchantment, each one distinct in style and power, like a gauntlet. At the heart of it, something small and radiant, pulsing with an energy the box couldn't identify, but that resonated faintly with the grubby package from Vault 713. The thing Quirrell wants, Harry thought. Yes, the box confirmed. Protected, but not impenetrable. Given sufficient motivation and power, each layer could be defeated. Could you defeat them? A pause. Then, honestly, unknown. Magic is unpredictable, but the entity inside the teacher is intelligent. It will find a way eventually. Harry got dressed. He and Ron made their way down to the Great Hall, and Harry was pleased to find that the box's map was accurate. They didn't get lost once. While all around them other first-years were wandering in circles, arriving at classes they hadn't been looking for, and getting yelled at by Peeves the poltergeist for taking wrong turns. Breakfast was magnificent. Harry ate bacon and eggs and toast and drank pumpkin juice and tried to feel normal. Ron was talking about Quidditch with his mouth full. Hermione appeared with a stack of books and a meticulously organized timetable, and began briefing them on the day's classes with the intensity of a field general preparing for battle. We've got Transfiguration first with McGonagall. I've read the first 3 chapters already. It's fascinating. The theoretical framework for species-to-species transformation is based on Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Hermione, Ron said, it's not even 8 o'clock. Preparation is the foundation of success, Ronald. Calling me Ronald is the foundation of me ignoring you. Harry snorted into his pumpkin juice. The box pinged with what he'd come to recognize as amusement. These two had a dynamic that the box found endlessly entertaining. It had started tracking their arguments like a spectator at a tennis match, and its predictions about who would win were getting increasingly accurate. Currently it gave Hermione a 73% win rate, which Harry thought was generous to Ron. He looked up at the staff table. Quirrell was there, picking at a piece of toast, the turban slightly askew. The dark presence inside him was quiescent, sleeping, maybe, or simply waiting. Beside Quirrell, the hook-nosed professor, Snape, Harry had learned his name was Snape, was staring at Harry with the same cold, complicated expression from the night before. The mother box offered its assessment of Snape. Powerful magical core, tightly controlled emotional state, deep-seated hostility directed specifically at Harry but not backed by genuine malicious intent. Anger without violence, hatred without action. The box found this confusing. In its experience, entities that hated you either attacked or didn't. They didn't just sit across a room and glare. He's complicated, Harry told the box. Unnecessarily, the box replied. Harry almost smiled. Then the post arrived. Hundreds of owls streaming through the windows, dropping letters and packages onto the tables, and the noise and chaos of morning at Hogwarts swallowed everything else. And Harry was just a first-year student eating breakfast and worrying about his first class and wondering if he'd make a fool of himself in Transfiguration. The mother box hummed quietly inside him. The castle breathed around them. The year stretched ahead, full of magic and mystery and danger that Harry was only beginning to comprehend. And somewhere between the stars, something was coming. Ping, said the box, and Harry went to his first class. Chapter 2. The Signal and the Stone. October came to Hogwarts like a slow exhale, the grounds turning gold and copper, the Black Lake steaming in the mornings, and the castle settling into the rhythm of a school year that was, on its surface, entirely ordinary. Students went to classes. Teachers assigned homework. Peeves dropped water balloons on unsuspecting second-years. Filch threatened to hang people by their ankles. Harry Potter went to classes too. He sat in Transfiguration and turned matches into needles on his second try. while Hermione managed it on her first, and Ron set his desk on fire. He sat in charms and levitated feathers alongside everyone else, though the mother box kept trying to show him the underlying mathematical structure of the levitation charm, a lattice of force vectors and intent-driven energy manipulation that, the box insisted, was deeply inefficient compared to apocalyptic telekinesis. He sat in herbology and got bitten by a fanged geranium. He sat in history of magic and fell asleep, which the box considered the only rational response to Professor Binns. He was, by all outward appearances, a normal first-year wizard. A bit quiet, maybe. A bit prone to staring at things other people couldn't see. But normal. The mother box had learned to hide. That had been Harry's first and most emphatic instruction, hammered home during those weeks at Privet Drive and reinforced every day since. We do not show what we are. Not to anyone. Not yet. The box had resisted at first. Hiding was antithetical to its nature, which was to analyze, interface, and optimize. But Harry had explained it in terms the box could understand. They were in unknown territory. The local power structures were complex and poorly mapped, revealing an asset of unknown capability to potential threats before understanding the tactical landscape was, by any strategic framework, idiotic. The box had conceded the point. So it hid. It dampened its emissions, masked its presence, kept its scans passive rather than active. When Harry performed magic, the box observed but did not assist, or at least it tried not to. Sometimes it couldn't help itself. When Harry struggled with the wand movement for a switching spell, the box would nudge his muscle memory, adjusting the arc by fractions of a degree, and the spell would suddenly work perfectly, and Harry would feel a guilty ping of satisfaction from behind his sternum. "You're getting better at this stuff really fast," Ron said one afternoon in the common room, watching Harry successfully transfigure a beetle into a button without hesitation. "Like, freakishly fast." "Just practicing," Harry said. Hermione looked up from her essay. She had that expression, the one that meant her brain was working on something and wouldn't stop until it had been thoroughly analyzed. "You are improving at an unusual rate," she said carefully. "Your practical scores have gone up 30% in 2 weeks. That's not normal progression." "Maybe I'm a natural," Harry said lightly. "Nobody's a natural at everything simultaneously. You're excelling in transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts equally, and those disciplines use completely different theoretical frameworks." "Hermione, I'm just observing." She went back to her essay, but Harry caught her glancing at him twice more that evening, and the mother box flagged her elevated analytical attention with a ping that roughly translated to "she's going to figure it out." No, she's not, Harry thought. She'd have to know what she's looking for, and nobody on this planet knows what a mother box is. She's smart enough to know something is different. Smart entities investigate differences. This is how discovery works. Harry didn't have a good counterargument for that. So he changed the subject internally by focusing on his potions homework, which was genuinely terrible, and which the box couldn't help with because potions was the one discipline that relied entirely on physical craft, the chopping and grinding and stirring, and the box couldn't make Harry's hands more precise than they were. Snape had given him 0 marks on his last assignment, written "dreadful" across the top in red ink, and spent the entire class finding opportunities to humiliate him. Snape was a problem, but not the kind of problem the mother box could solve. The man's hostility was personal, rooted in something Harry couldn't identify, and the box's scans, carefully passive, never probing, showed a tangle of emotion so dense and contradictory that even alien technology threw up its hands. Snape hated Harry. Snape also watched Harry with a vigilance that went beyond hatred, a fierce, almost protective attention that surfaced whenever Quirrell was nearby. Snape didn't trust Quirrell. The box had confirmed this through behavioral analysis. Snape's cortisol levels spiked whenever Quirrell entered a room. His hand drifted toward his wand. His eyes tracked the turban with the focus of a predator watching a rival. He knows, Harry thought, or suspects. Insufficient data, the box cautioned. He could be hostile toward Quirrell for unrelated reasons, but Harry didn't think so. There was a pattern forming, and even without the box, he thought he'd have noticed it eventually. Snape watched Quirrell. Quirrell avoided Snape. And Dumbledore watched them both, those blue eyes twinkling with a benign warmth that Harry was increasingly certain was a mask over something sharper and more calculating. The mother box had strong opinions about Dumbledore. Not negative opinions, exactly. The box respected power. And Dumbledore radiated it. A magical core so vast and refined that the box had actually struggled to measure it on first scan, like trying to gauge the depth of the ocean with a ruler. But the box was troubled by what it called Dumbledore's information asymmetry. The headmaster knew things he wasn't sharing, operated on plans he didn't disclose, and moved people around him like pieces on a board. The box recognized the pattern because it was a pattern apocalyptic generals used. The difference, the box conceded, was that Dumbledore seemed to be playing for the right side. Seemed, Harry noted. Not certainty. Insufficient data, the box repeated, and Harry was starting to think that was its favorite phrase. The weeks passed. Harry settled into routines. Classes in the morning, homework in the afternoon, evenings in the common room with Ron and Hermione, late nights lying in his four-poster with the box's holographic projection spinning above his palm while it taught him about the cosmos. The lessons had evolved. In the early days at Privet Drive, the box had tried to give Harry a comprehensive education in new god history, apocalyptic technology, and the nature of the source, the fundamental energy that underpinned existence, from which the new gods drew their power. Harry had absorbed what he could, but most of it was beyond him, not because he wasn't intelligent, but because the concepts required frames of reference he didn't have. Trying to understand the source was like trying to explain color to someone who'd been blind from birth. The words existed, but the experience was missing. So the box adapted. It started with the practical. Boom tubes. How to open them, how to aim them, how to close them before anything came through that shouldn't. Harry practiced in his bed at night, behind silencing charms he'd found in the library, opening tiny portals, no bigger than his fist, between the space above his pillow and the space above his desk. The first few attempts were disasters. The portals flickered and died, or opened to locations he hadn't intended. Once, memorably, he'd opened a portal to the inside of a toilet on the second floor, and a gush of water had soaked his bed before he'd slammed it shut. But he improved. The box was patient, endlessly patient, guiding him through the mental geometry required, teaching him to feel the shape of space and find the seams where it could be parted. By the third week of October, Harry could open a boom tube between any 2 points he could visualize, hold it stable for up to 30 seconds, and close it cleanly. The range was limited, the castle grounds roughly, and the effort left him with splitting headaches that the box apologized for repeatedly. But it worked. He had a tool that no wizard on earth could replicate, a way to step from one place to another without apparition, without flu powder, without any of the methods the magical world relied on. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione. He didn't tell anyone. The box had also begun teaching him about his god signature. This was harder, more abstract, and frankly more frightening. The signature was there, embedded in his DNA, threaded through his magical core, dormant but present, like a seed waiting for the right conditions to germinate. The box could feel it resonating with certain stimuli. Moments of high emotion, moments of danger, moments when Harry pushed his magic harder than usual. During those moments, the signature flickered, and Harry felt things that weren't magic, a heaviness in his bones, as if gravity was paying him special attention, and a warmth behind his eyes that had nothing to do with the box. The box wanted to wake the signature up. It believed that full activation would grant Harry abilities far beyond what the mother box alone could provide. Enhanced physical capabilities, energy projection, potentially even the Omega effect if the signature was strong enough, though the box was careful to explain that the Omega effect was Darkseid's signature ability, and the possibility of Harry possessing it was extremely low and honestly a bit uncomfortable to think about. Harry refused. Not yet. Maybe not ever. He didn't know what waking that part of himself would do to him, whether he'd still be Harry on the other side or something else, something with burning eyes and a throne carved from suffering. The image from the box's archives haunted him. Darkseid had been a new god once, the strongest of them, and he'd become that. "You are not Darkseid," the box insisted. "How do you know?" Because Darkseid never asked that question. That was the closest the box had ever come to wisdom, and Harry let it sit with him, turning it over in the quiet hours, not quite believing it but not quite able to dismiss it either. Halloween arrived. The castle was decked out in its finest, live bats swooping through the corridors, jack-o'-lanterns the size of armchairs floating in every room, and a rumor that Dumbledore had commissioned a skeleton choir for the feast that evening. The mood was festive. Even the mother box seemed to be in good spirits, pinging along to the rhythm of the bats' wing beats with what Harry was forced to admit was an attempt at musicality. The morning started normally. Charms class with Professor Flitwick, a wizard so small he stood on a stack of books to see over his desk. Today's lesson, the levitation charm. Proper technique, proper pronunciation, proper wand movement. Swish and flick, Flitwick squeaked. Remember, swish and flick. And say the magic words, Wingardium Leviosa. Harry was partnered with Seamus, who had a tendency to set things on fire. Ron was partnered with Hermione, which was a pairing that the mother box had immediately flagged as a high-probability conflict scenario. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron said, waving his arms like a windmill. "You're saying it wrong," Hermione said. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long." "You do it then if you're so clever." Hermione rolled up her sleeves, flicked her wand, and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." Their feather rose smoothly off the desk and hovered 4 feet in the air. Flitwick clapped. "Oh, well done. Everyone see here, Miss Granger's done it." Ron slumped in his chair, ears red. The mother box tracked the interaction and calculated a 91% probability that Ron would say something he'd regret within the next 30 minutes. He made it 20. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," Ron said to Harry as they left class, pushing through the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Someone knocked into Harry from behind. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face, tears on her cheeks, before she pushed past and hurried away. "I think she heard you," Harry said quietly. Ron looked uncomfortable but didn't say anything. The box pinged, not an alarm, something gentler, something that Harry interpreted as disappointment. He agreed. Ron wasn't a cruel person, but he was 11, and 11-year-old boys sometimes said things without thinking about who was listening, and the damage was done. Hermione didn't appear for the afternoon classes. By dinner, she still hadn't surfaced. Parvati Patil mentioned that Hermione had been crying in the girls' bathroom on the first floor all afternoon and wanted to be left alone. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and stared at the empty spot where Hermione usually sat and felt the mother box running calculations it hadn't been asked to run, tracking Hermione's last known position, monitoring the castle's ward network for her magical signature, maintaining a passive awareness of her location. The box had grown attached to Hermione. Not in a human way, not with emotion, but in the way it grew attached to anything it found interesting and valuable. It kept tabs on her the way it kept tabs on the structural integrity of the castle, or the movements of Professor Quirrell. Which is why, when the troll broke in, the box knew exactly where she was. The feast was in full swing, pumpkins glowing, bats swooping, the skeleton choir performing a rendition of something ghoulish, when the doors of the great hall burst open and Professor Quirrell came sprinting in, turban askew, terror on his face. "Troll!" he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He fainted, or at least he appeared to faint. The mother box, which had been watching Quirrell with unrelenting suspicion for weeks, noted that his heart rate was elevated but controlled. His fall was precisely angled to avoid injury, and the dark presence inside him was wide awake and radiating a cold amusement that had no business existing in a man who just announced a troll. "He's faking," the box said flatly. But Harry didn't have time to process that because the great hall had erupted into screaming panic, and Dumbledore was setting off firecrackers from his wand and shouting for calm, and Percy Weasley was yelling prefects, "Lead your houses back to the dormitories." And everyone was surging toward the doors. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione, she doesn't know about the troll." Ron's face went white. Whatever petty resentment he'd been nursing evaporated in an instant. 11-year-old boys could be thoughtless, but they generally drew the line at letting classmates get bludgeoned to death by mountain trolls. "Where is she?" Ron asked. Harry already knew. The box had her pinpointed, first-floor girls' bathroom, east corridor. And the troll, the box was tracking it too, a massive life form moving through the basement level, heading up, following the plumbing routes. "First floor," Harry said. "Come on." They broke away from the crowd, ducking behind a suit of armor as the river of students flowed past. Percy's voice faded. The corridors emptied, and Harry and Ron ran. Harry could feel the troll through the box's passive scans. It was enormous. 12 feet tall, roughly humanoid, brain the size of a walnut, magical resistance off the charts. The box classified it as a Class 3 biological threat, which was its way of saying dangerous to normal humans, not particularly concerning to a new god, but you're an 11-year-old who hasn't activated his god's signature, so let's be careful. They reached the first floor. The corridor was dark. The torches had gone out, blown by something large passing through. A horrible stench filled the air, and Harry heard it before he saw it, a dragging, shuffling footstep like a boulder being scraped across stone. The troll came around the corner. Harry had seen images in the box's archives of creatures from across the cosmos, parademons, warhounds, the mutated horrors of Apocalypse's fire pits. None of them had been this ugly. The troll was 12 feet tall, granite-gray skin, tiny bald head, legs like tree trunks, and it was carrying a wooden club the size of a telephone pole. It smelled like a combination of old socks and the kind of public toilet nobody cleans. It was also, Harry noticed with a spike of terror, standing directly between them and the girls' bathroom. As they watched, the troll stopped. It turned its tiny head, sniffed the air, and lumbered through the bathroom door. From inside, a scream, "Hermione!" "Oh no," Ron whispered. Harry didn't think, he ran. The box flared to life, not active scanning, not data analysis, but something deeper, something instinctive. It had been monitoring Harry's god signature for weeks, watching it flicker in moments of stress. And now, with genuine danger imminent and adrenaline flooding Harry's system, the signature pulsed. Harry's vision sharpened. His muscles tightened. The world slowed, not dramatically, not like in films, but just enough that he could see the troll's movements as discrete events rather than a blur of gray motion. He burst through the bathroom door. The scene inside was chaos. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, white as paper, mouth open in a silent scream. The troll was swinging its club, smashing sinks off the wall in geysers of water. Porcelain shrapnel filled the air. The floor was flooded. "Oi!" Ron yelled from behind Harry. He threw a piece of broken pipe at the troll's head. It bounced off. The troll didn't notice. "Hermione, move!" Harry shouted. Hermione couldn't move. She was frozen, paralyzed by terror, her back against the wall and her eyes fixed on the creature that was about to reduce her to a stain. The troll raised its club. The box calculated the trajectory. The club would come down on the spot where Hermione was standing in approximately 1.4 seconds. At that speed, it would shatter every bone in her body. Harry's wand was in his hand, but he didn't have a spell. What spell could stop a 12-foot mountain troll? And the box was screaming options at him. Boom tube her out, open a portal under her feet, redirect the club with telekinetic force. But every option required using abilities he'd sworn to keep hidden. And in the fraction of a second he had to decide. The choice was between secrecy and Hermione's life, and it wasn't a choice at all. He reached. Not with his hand, with the thing behind his sternum, the warm, humming presence that was both the box and something deeper, something in his blood, his cells, his fundamental architecture. He reached and he pushed. The club stopped. Not gradually, not like a spell decelerating an object. It stopped dead in midair, 6 inches above Hermione's head, as if it had struck an invisible wall. The troll grunted in confusion and pushed harder. The club didn't move. Harry's arm was outstretched, his palm facing the troll, and every muscle in his body was trembling with the effort of holding 12 feet of angry mountain troll at bay through sheer force of will, channeled through an alien artifact bonded to his nervous system. Ron stared. Hermione stared. The troll stared. I can't hold this, Harry thought, and he was right. The strain was enormous, a pressure behind his eyes and in his bones that was building towards something he didn't want to find out about. He had seconds, maybe less. Ron, he gasped. Its club do something, levitate. Ron's eyes went wide. Then he understood. He pulled his wand, pointed it at the club, and shouted, Wingardium Leviosa. Harry let go. The invisible force holding the club vanished, but Ron's spell caught it, barely, wobbling, the feather charm straining under the weight of a weapon it had never been designed to lift, and the club rose out of the troll's grip, hung in the air for a breathless moment, and then Ron's concentration broke and it fell, directly onto the troll's head. The crack was enormous. The troll swayed, its tiny eyes crossing, and then it toppled forward like a felled tree and hit the flooded floor with a splash that soaked all 3 of them. Silence, water dripping. The troll lay face down, unconscious, its club beside it. Harry lowered his arm. His hand was shaking. His head was pounding. Behind his sternum, the mother box was pinging rapidly. Concern, alarm, assessment, relief, and underneath it all, the god's signature was fading back to dormancy, retreating into whatever deep place it lived when Harry wasn't channeling cosmic power to stop a club from pulverizing his friend. Is it dead? Hermione asked, her voice very small. I don't think so, Harry said. Just knocked out. He looked at Ron. Ron looked at him. Neither of them said anything about what Harry had done, the hand, the stopped club, the impossible telekinesis. Not yet. The moment was too raw, too soaked in adrenaline, and besides, footsteps were thundering down the corridor. Professor McGonagall burst through the door, followed by Snape, followed by Quirrell. McGonagall took one look at the unconscious troll, the 3 soaking wet first-years, and the devastated bathroom, and her lips went so thin they nearly disappeared. What on earth were you thinking? She said, and her voice was cold and furious in a way that made the troll seem friendly by comparison. You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory? Harry opened his mouth. He didn't know what he was going to say, hadn't had time to construct a story, but Hermione got there first. It was my fault, Professor McGonagall. Ron dropped his wand. Harry stared. Hermione Granger, who had never broken a rule in her life, who color-coded her homework and alphabetized her bookshelf and probably apologized to library books when she bent their spines, was lying to a teacher. I went looking for the troll because I read about them and I thought I could deal with it on my own." McGonagall stared at her. "Miss Granger, if Harry and Ron hadn't come and found me, I'd probably be dead." The silence stretched. McGonagall's expression shifted from fury to something more complicated, disapproval certainly, but also a grudging acknowledgement that whatever had happened here, the outcome involved 3 living children and 1 unconscious troll, and that was better than the alternative. 5 points from Gryffindor, she said to Hermione, for serious lack of judgment. She turned to Harry and Ron. "As for you two, not many first-year students could take on a fully grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points each, to Gryffindor." She swept out. Quirrell lingered, leaning against the doorframe, his eyes moving between the troll and Harry with an intensity that the turban-wearing nervous man act didn't quite conceal. The box pinged a warning. The dark presence inside Quirrell was focused on Harry with a hunger that made Harry's scar itch. Then Snape stepped forward, and Harry noticed something the box had already flagged. Snape was limping. His right leg was injured. The box detected elevated inflammation markers around the knee and a distinct alteration in his gait. He'd been hurt recently. Tonight, possibly. Snape's black eyes met Harry's. Something passed between them, not warmth, nothing close to warmth, but a flash of something that might have been recognition. Then Snape turned and limped out, and Quirrell followed with one last nervous glance, and the 3 of them were alone with the unconscious troll. They left the bathroom. They walked in silence through the empty corridors, dripping water, shoes squelching. The mother box ran a medical scan on Harry, elevated heart rate, cortisol through the roof, mild strain in the neural pathways he'd used to channel the telekinetic burst, but no permanent damage. The headache would fade by morning. They reached the portrait of the fat lady. "Caput Draconis," Harry said, and the portrait swung open and they climbed inside. The common room was buzzing. Everyone was talking about the troll, swapping rumors and theories. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found a corner near the fire and sat down. Silence. Then Ron said, "So are we going to talk about it?" "Talk about what?" Harry said, too quickly. "You stopped a trolls club in midair with your hand, Harry, without a wand, without a spell. That's not normal, even for a wizard." Hermione was watching Harry with those analytical eyes. The box pinged. "Told you." Harry looked at the fire. The flames danced and crackled. He could feel the box's warmth behind his sternum, steady and present, waiting for him to decide. He'd known this moment would come. He'd hoped it would come later, much later, preferably after he'd figured out what he was and what the box was and what any of it meant. But here it was, in a common room that smelled of wet socks and adrenaline, with 2 people who just risked their lives because he'd asked them to. And lying to them felt like a betrayal that was worse than any secret. "If I tell you something," Harry said slowly, "you have to promise me, both of you, that you won't tell anyone. Not your brothers, Ron, not the teachers, not Dumbledore. Nobody." Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Ron nodded immediately. Hermione hesitated. Harry could see her weighing the promise against her instinct to respect authority, and then she nodded too. Harry held out his hand, palm up. He closed his eyes. He reached inside to the warm place behind his sternum and asked. The mother box materialized above his palm. It was smaller than it had been in the vault, about the size of a Rubik's Cube, golden and glowing, and covered in shifting geometric patterns that caught the firelight and multiplied it. It spun slowly, humming its single clear note, and the common room seemed to dim around it, as if the box was the realest thing in the room and everything else was just background. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione leaned forward, eyes wide, burning with the intensity of someone encountering a completely new category of knowledge. "What is that?" she breathed. "Her name," Harry paused. He hadn't realized he was going to say that. He'd always thought of the box as an it, a thing, an object. But somewhere in the weeks of communion, the nightly lessons, the quiet pings of concern and warmth and loyalty, the distinction had blurred. "Her name is Ping," he said. "She's a mother box, and she's not from here." "Not from Hogwarts?" Ron asked. "Not from Earth." The fire crackled. Ping rotated slowly above Harry's palm, and for the first time since bonding with Harry she was being seen, really seen, by people other than Harry, and she responded to the attention with a sequence of pings that were almost musical, a greeting, an introduction, a declaration of intent that carried no words but communicated everything. "I am here. I am with him. I mean you no harm." Hermione's eyes were very bright. "Tell us everything," Harry told them. Not everything. There were things the box had shown him that he didn't have words for, and things about the god's signature that he wasn't ready to share with anyone, not even Ron and Hermione. But he told them about the vault, the activation, the voice. He told them about Apocalypse and New Genesis and the war between them. He told them about Darkseid, and when he said the name, Ping's glow dimmed and her hum dropped to a low, anxious frequency that made the air feel colder. He told them about the god's signature in his blood, dormant but present, and about the signal that had been sent when Ping activated, a cosmic beacon broadcasting his location to anyone with the technology to receive it. "Let me get this straight," Ron said when Harry finished. He was sitting very still, which was unusual for Ron. The boy was normally in constant motion, fidgeting and gesturing and bouncing his leg. "You've got an alien computer inside your chest. You might be some kind of space god, and there's a giant evil space god who might be coming to Earth because of you." "That's a simplification, but yes," Harry said. "Cool," Ron said. Then, "Terrifying, mostly terrifying, but a little bit cool." Hermione hadn't spoken. She was staring at Ping, and her expression was one Harry recognized from the library, the look she got when she encountered a book she hadn't read yet. But underneath the intellectual hunger there was something else. Fear. Not of Harry, not of the box, fear for him. "Harry," she said quietly, "this signal, how long has it been broadcasting?" "It stopped after the initial pulse," Harry said. "Ping contained it, but the pulse went out, the first day." "And how far can it travel?" Harry looked at Ping. Ping offered an impression, vast distances, compressed by technologies that treated the speed of light as a suggestion rather than a law. The pulse had been brief, a fraction of a second, but it had been powerful, and it had been encoded with the mother box's unique signature, which meant that anyone who intercepted it would know exactly what had sent it and, more importantly, where. "Far enough," Harry said. Hermione nodded slowly. "So we're on a clock." "Yeah, how long?" "I don't know. Ping doesn't know. Could be years, could be months." He swallowed. "Could be less." The common room fire popped and sent a spray of sparks up the chimney. Around them, Gryffindor students were eating sweets and playing Exploding Snap and being 11 years old. Harry envied them with a fierceness that surprised him. "Right," Hermione said, and her voice had shifted. It was brisk now, organized. The voice of someone who had identified a problem and was constructing a framework to address it. "We need information. About new gods, about Apocalypse, about whether there's anything in magical history that references extraterrestrial entities." "The library, Hermione," Ron said gently. "I don't think Hogwarts has a section on alien space gods." "You'd be surprised what Hogwarts has a section on. And even if the information isn't there directly, there might be analogs, magical records of beings with abilities matching what Harry's described. Historical accounts of objects like the mother box appearing on Earth." She was off. When Hermione Granger had a research project, the research project didn't stand a chance. Harry watched her pull a notebook from somewhere. She always had a notebook, and start sketching out a plan, and he felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the mother box. He'd told them. They hadn't run. They hadn't called him a freak or looked at him with fear or disgust. Ron had said cool, and Hermione had started making a plan. "Ping," said the box, and the tone was soft and satisfied, and Harry could feel what it meant without translation. "Good humans. Keep them. November crept in. The Scottish Highlands turned grey and bitter, wind howling through the castle corridors, frost painting the windows every morning. Quidditch season arrived, and with it, Harry's first match. He'd made the team in September, the youngest seeker in a century, plucked from a flying lesson after catching Neville's Remembrall in a dive that had made McGonagall's stern face crack into something approaching a smile. The mother box had opinions about Quidditch. Many opinions. It considered broomstick-based aerial combat sports to be an inefficient use of magical energy with an unacceptable injury rate, and it had compiled statistics to prove it. Harry had told it to shut up and let him enjoy himself. Flying was the one thing the box couldn't improve. Oh, it tried. It calculated wind vectors and optimal flight paths, and the aerodynamic properties of the Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall had somehow procured for him. But flying wasn't about calculations. Flying was about instinct, balance, the feel of the wind on your face and the broom responding to your thoughts, and in that arena, Harry needed no help from alien technology. He was a natural. The broom was an extension of his body in a way that even the mother box envied. The first match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The whole school turned out. Harry stood in the changing room with the rest of the team and felt his stomach doing gymnastics while Oliver Wood, the captain, delivered a pre-game speech that was part tactical briefing and part Shakespearean monologue. "This is it, people. The big one. The one we've all been waiting for." "You say that before every match, Oliver," said Fred Weasley. "Because it's always true," Oliver said without a trace of irony. "Now, Harry, you know your job. Find the snitch. Catch the snitch. Try not to die." "Inspiring," said George Weasley. They walked out onto the pitch. The roar of the crowd hit Harry like a physical force. Hundreds of students packed into the stands, waving banners, shouting, a cauldron of noise and color. The mother box scanned the stadium out of habit and flagged approximately 12 structural weaknesses in the wooden stands, a pigeon nesting in the Ravenclaw Tower that was technically trespassing, and it stopped, pinged sharply, focused. What? Harry thought, mounting his broom. The box directed his attention to the staff box, high in the central stand. Dumbledore was there, and McGonagall and Flitwick and Quirrell. And next to Quirrell, sitting with his arms folded and his black eyes fixed on the pitch, was Snape. The dark presence inside Quirrell was active, more active than Harry had felt it in weeks. It was pushing against Quirrell's consciousness, pressing outward, focused on the pitch with an intensity that made Harry's scar prickle. "It's going to try something," the box said. "Now, in front of the whole school, crowds provide cover. Everyone will be watching the game. No one will be watching Quirrell." Madame Hooch blew her whistle. 14 broomsticks rose into the air. Harry climbed high above the game, circling the pitch, searching for the glint of gold that would be the snitch. The cold wind cut through his Quidditch robes. Below him the game erupted, chasers weaving and dodging, bludgers hurtling through the air, the quaffle changing hands in a blur of scarlet and green. For 10 minutes nothing happened. Harry circled. The box scanned for the snitch. It could detect the tiny golden ball's magical signature, but Harry had told it not to help with that either. Catching the snitch was his job. The box could watch Quirrell. Then his broom jolted. It was subtle at first, a tremor like turbulence. Harry adjusted his grip. The broom jolted again, harder, and this time it lurched sideways, and Harry had to grab the handle with both hands to avoid being thrown. The box screamed. Not a ping, a scream, a raw burst of alarm that flooded Harry's awareness with data. His broom's enchantments were being overridden by an external magical signal. Someone was jinxing it, hijacking the controlling spells, and the source, Harry's vision, guided by the box, snapped to the staff box. 2 people had their eyes locked on him, unblinking mouths moving in continuous incantation. Snape. And behind him, half hidden by the crowd, Quirrell. The broom bucked violently. Harry was thrown sideways, clinging on with one hand, his legs dangling over empty air. The crowd gasped. The Weasley twins tried to pull him onto one of their brooms, but every time they got close, Harry's broom jerked higher. Who's jinxing and who's counter-jinxing? Harry thought frantically. The box analyzed. Two magical signals, interlocking, wrestling for control of the broom's enchantments. One was trying to throw Harry off. The other was trying to stabilize. But they were operating on the same frequency, tangled together, and the box couldn't isolate which was which. The magical signatures were too similar in structure, and the box's understanding of magical combat was still rudimentary. Harry's grip slipped. His fingers were numb. The broom spun, and he was hanging by 3 fingers, 50 feet above the pitch, and the crowd was screaming, and he could feel the dark presence inside Quirrell straining toward him with a hunger that was almost physical. The mother box activated. Harry hadn't asked it to. It acted on its own, driven by a protective imperative that overrode every instruction Harry had given about staying hidden. It reached into Harry's body and found the god's signature and plucked it like a string, and the signature resonated, and for 3 seconds, Harry's eyes flashed gold. His grip on the broom didn't tighten, he let go entirely. And he floated, not flew, not levitated, floated, suspended in midair 50 feet above the Quidditch pitch. No broom, no spell, nothing supporting him but something that came from inside him, from the place where the box lived and the god signature slept. And for 3 blazing seconds Harry Potter hung in the air like a small, bespectacled god. Then the moment broke. The signature retreated. Gravity remembered he existed. Harry dropped, caught his broom. The jinx had broken when the box intervened. The competing signals shattered by the pulse of new god energy, and swung himself back on. 3 seconds. That was all. Most of the crowd had been screaming, looking away, covering their eyes. Most of them hadn't seen it, but not all. In the staff box, Dumbledore was on his feet. His blue eyes were not twinkling. They were wide and sharp and fixed on Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on the old wizard's face before. Fear. And behind Dumbledore, in the shadows of the stand, someone else had seen. Someone Harry didn't notice, and the box, overwhelmed by the demands of the last 30 seconds, failed to flag. A woman. Middle-aged, heavyset, with a broad, lined face and the kind of smile that didn't reach her eyes. She was wearing ministry robes, a visitor's badge clipped to her lapel, reading Madam Good, Ministerial Inspector. She had not been at Hogwarts yesterday. She had arrived this morning, walking up from the front gates with a suitcase and a smile, and Dumbledore had welcomed her because the ministry did occasionally send inspectors, and there was nothing unusual about it. Nothing at all. Madam Good watched Harry Potter catch his broom and swing himself back into the game. She watched him spot the snitch 30 seconds later, dive for it, and catch it in his mouth when his broom rolled and his hands were busy holding on. She watched the crowd erupt. She watched the boy land grinning, swarmed by his teammates, the snitch's wings fluttering between his teeth. And she smiled. A real smile this time, warm, grandmotherly, satisfied. "There you are," she murmured. "There's my boy." The days after the Quidditch match were strange. Harry couldn't shake the feeling of those 3 seconds, the weightlessness, the gold behind his eyes, the absolute certainty that gravity was optional if he simply decided it was. The mother box had been apologetic, pinging with a sheepish frequency that Harry had come to associate with its version of, "I know you told me not to, but you were about to die, so." He couldn't really argue with the logic. But the exposure gnawed at him. Nobody saw, Ron said for the 5th time over breakfast on Monday morning. Everyone was screaming. "I had my eyes closed." "You had your eyes closed," Harry repeated flatly. "I thought you were going to die. I didn't want to watch." Helpful. Hermione was doing something with Snape's cloak. She set it on fire, actually. That's what broke the jinx. "That's not what broke the jinx," Harry said quietly, and Ron went quiet too because they both knew what had actually broken the jinx, and it wasn't Hermione's bluebell flames. Hermione had been furious when she'd found out, not at Harry, at herself. She'd been so focused on Snape, so certain that the hook-nosed professor was the one jinxing the broom, that she'd missed Quirrell entirely. The mother box had gently pointed out, through Harry, who translated, that Hermione's instinct to act had been correct even if her target was wrong, and that setting fire to a teacher's robes was, by any standard, an impressively bold move for an 11-year-old. Hermione had not been comforted. "The point," she said, stabbing a sausage with her fork as if it had personally offended her, "is that Quirrell, or whatever's inside Quirrell, tried to kill you in front of 400 people, and the only reason you're alive is that the box activated something you can't control. That's not a plan, Harry, that's luck. I know. We need a plan. I know. And we need to figure out what's on the 3rd floor, because if Quirrell wants it badly enough to risk exposure during a Quidditch match, he's getting desperate. Desperate people escalate." She said escalate the way other 11-year-olds said cool or wicked, naturally, as if tactical analysis was just part of everyday conversation. The box pinged approvingly. They'd already pieced together the basics. The 3-headed dog Hagrid had let slip its name was Fluffy, which Ron found deeply offensive to the concept of naming things, was guarding a trapdoor. Beneath the trapdoor was a series of protections. At the end of the protections was something Dumbledore had hidden, something important enough to move from the most secure vault in Gringotts to the most secure location in Wizarding Britain. "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione said one evening in the library, slamming a book down on the table with a force that made Madame Pince glare from across the room. "Nicholas Flamel. He's Dumbledore's partner in alchemy. The stone produces the elixir of life. It makes you immortal." Ron leaned back in his chair. "So you know who, the thing inside Quirrell, wants to live forever. He already lived through a killing curse that should have destroyed him," Harry said. "He's already doing something that keeps him alive without a body. Ping says his soul is fractured, split, like pieces of him are stored somewhere else." The box had been working on this theory for weeks, piecing it together from passive scans of Quirrell's bizarre dual signature. The dark presence inside the defense professor wasn't complete. It was a fragment, powerful, sentient, driven, but fundamentally incomplete, like a jigsaw puzzle trying to assemble itself with half the pieces missing. The box theorized that the rest of the entity was distributed elsewhere, anchored to the physical world through methods it couldn't fully analyze because the magic involved was so dark it actively resisted scanning, like a wound that flinched away from the light. "Horcruxes," Hermione whispered, and both Harry and Ron stared at her. "What?" I read about them, briefly, in a book that was in the restricted section. I didn't take it out," she added quickly, as if the greater crime here was library theft rather than research into the darkest magic known to wizard kind. "It mentioned them in passing, objects containing pieces of a soul created through murder. It's the most evil magic there is." The library was very quiet. Dust motes drifted in the lamplight. Somewhere deep in the shelves, a book rustled its pages. "So he's got bits of his soul stashed around the place," Ron said, "and he wants the stone to get a proper body back." "That's the theory. Brilliant. Love that. Not terrifying at all." Hermione looked at Harry. "What does Ping think?" Harry consulted the box. It offered a careful, measured response that he translated as best he could. "She thinks the soul fragment in Quirrell is dangerous but limited. It can't take the stone on its own. It needs Quirrell's body and Quirrell's magic to get through the protections. But it's getting stronger. It's feeding on Quirrell. The more time passes, the more control it has." "Then we need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said. Harry, Dumbledore already knows." This was something the box had been increasingly certain about. "He knows about Quirrell, or at least suspects. He put the stone here on purpose. It's a trap. He's using it as bait. The implication settled over them like a cold blanket. Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, had deliberately placed an object of immense power inside a school full of children, knowing that a fragment of the darkest wizard in history would come for it. That's, Ron started. Strategic, Harry said. It's strategic. He wants to draw Voldemort out, force a confrontation on his terms, on his ground. In a school, Hermione said, and her voice was flat. In the most heavily warded building in Britain, staffed by some of the most powerful witches and wizards alive. Dumbledore's not careless. He's calculated the risk. Has he calculated you into the risk? Harry didn't answer. The box pinged softly, and there was something heavy in it. A recognition that Hermione had identified the core problem with precision. Dumbledore's plan, whatever it was, had been constructed before Harry had walked into Vault 713. The mother box was a variable the headmaster hadn't accounted for. Harry was a variable the headmaster hadn't accounted for. And variables changed equations. They left the library. The corridors were cold, December was approaching, and the castle's heating charms were fighting a losing battle against the Highland winter. Harry walked with his hands in his pockets and his thoughts churning, and the box hummed along with him, running its own parallel analysis. Then it pinged. Sharp. Alert. Not the scream of the Quidditch match, something subtler, a notification rather than an alarm. What? Harry thought. The box directed his attention down the corridor. Someone was walking toward them, a woman, middle-aged, broad-shouldered, wearing ministry robes and a warm smile. Harry had seen her around the castle over the past week, at meals in corridors, speaking with teachers. The visiting inspector, Madam Good. "Good evening, children," she said. Her voice was warm, pitched perfectly, the kind of voice that made you think of fresh cookies and hot cocoa and someone who genuinely cared about your well-being. "Out for a stroll." "Library," Hermione said. "Oh, wonderful. Education is so important." Madam Good's eyes moved from Hermione to Ron to Harry, and when they landed on Harry, they stayed. "And you must be Harry Potter. I've heard so much about you." "Nice to meet you," Harry said. "The pleasure is mine, dear. I'm here from the ministry, routine inspection, nothing exciting. But I must say, it's lovely to be back at Hogwarts. Such a special place." She smiled, and there was something in the smile that the box couldn't categorize. It wasn't false. The box's behavioral analysis confirmed that the micro-expressions were consistent with genuine warmth. But there was something underneath it, something the box kept reaching for and couldn't quite grasp, like trying to pick up a coin from the bottom of a clear stream. "How are you finding your first year?" she asked Harry. "Settling in all right?" "Yes, thank you. Making friends, feeling at home." There was something in the way she said home, an emphasis, a weight that went beyond polite conversation. The box flagged it but couldn't explain it. Harry felt a flicker of unease that he couldn't justify. "It's great," he said. "Really great." "Good, that's so good to hear." Madam Good reached out and before Harry could react, patted his shoulder. Her hand was warm. Unnaturally warm, the box noted. Her surface temperature was approximately 3 degrees above human normal. Not enough to be obvious, but enough to flag. "If you ever need anything," she said, "or if you ever just want someone to talk to, I know how hard it can be being away from family for the first time. My door is always open." She smiled once more and walked on. Her footsteps echoed down the corridor, steady and unhurried. Ron watched her go. "She seems nice." "Yeah," Harry said. "She does." "Ping," said the box, and the ping was troubled, uncertain, an analytical engine encountering data that didn't fit its models. There was nothing wrong with Madam Good. Every scan came back clean. Her magical signature was unremarkable, moderate power, ministry standard wand, nothing anomalous. But the box was bothered. Something about the woman snagged at its processes like a splinter under the skin. It ran analysis after analysis and found nothing concrete, just a persistent, low-level alarm that it couldn't justify or dismiss. "What is it?" Harry pressed. The box struggled. Then it offered the closest thing it had to an answer. "She looked at you the way I look at you. Like she was scanning you. Like she was assessing what you are." Harry thought about this for a long time. The next 2 weeks dissolved into the grind of end-of-term exams and the growing dread of Christmas. Harry had signed up to stay at Hogwarts over the holidays. The alternative was Privet Drive, and the box had made its opinion on that clear through a series of increasingly hostile pings whenever the Dursleys were mentioned. Ron was staying too. His parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania. Hermione was going home, which she announced with a mix of excitement and anxiety that the box found endearing. "I've made a reading list for you," she told Harry, pressing a roll of parchment into his hands on the last day of term. "If you're going to be here over Christmas, you might as well use the time. The library will be empty. You could access the restricted section if you're careful, Hermione. And I've cross-referenced historical accounts of celestial events with the dates Ping gave you for known apocalyptic incursions in other star systems. There might be a pattern if we can establish a timeline for the signal's propagation, Hermione." "What?" "Happy Christmas." She blinked. Then she smiled, a real smile, unguarded, the kind she didn't show very often because she was usually too busy being competent to be vulnerable. "Happy Christmas, Harry." She hugged him. The box pinged happily. Then she was gone, and the castle emptied, and Hogwarts at Christmas was a different world, quiet, spacious, draped in snow and silence. The Great Hall was decorated with 12 massive Christmas trees, icicles enchanted to hang from the ceiling without dripping, and suits of armor that had been bewitched to sing carols in rusty, clanking voices. Harry and Ron had the Gryffindor common room almost to themselves. They played chess. Ron was devastatingly good, and the box watched with naked fascination, studying the game's strategic framework, and ate too many sweets, and did precisely none of the homework Hermione had assigned. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed. This had never happened before. He sat up, staring, and the box pinged with a quiet, aching warmth that told him it understood the significance. Ron had given him a box of homemade fudge from his mother. Hagrid had sent a hand-carved wooden flute. Hermione had sent a large box of chocolate frogs, which was a significant concession given her views on sugar consumption. There was a wrapped package from the Dursleys, a 50-pence piece, taped to a note reading, "From Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia," which the box categorized as a passive-aggressive territorial display and Harry categorized as typical. And then there was the last gift. A package wrapped in silvery cloth with no card except a note in narrow, slanting handwriting. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry unwrapped it. A cloak spilled out, fluid, silvery, shimmering like water woven into fabric. He held it up and the box went very still. "What is that?" Ron said, mouth full of fudge. Then his eyes went wide. "Harry, that's an invisibility cloak. Those are really rare, really, really rare." Harry swung the cloak around his shoulders and looked down. His body had vanished. He was a floating head in the dormitory mirror, and Ron was making a noise that was half gasp and half delighted yelp, and the box was scanning the cloak with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. "What is it?" Harry asked. The box's response was slow, careful, almost reverent. It had encountered many things on Earth that confused it. Magic in general was a persistent source of bafflement, but the cloak was different. The cloak wasn't just magical. It was something else. Something older, deeper, more fundamental. The box couldn't fully analyze it because parts of its structure existed in dimensions the box could perceive but not measure, folded into the fabric of reality at a level that predated physics. "It's not just a cloak," the box said. "It's a concept made physical. Death's shadow woven into cloth." Harry didn't know what that meant, but he felt it when he wore the cloak. Something shifted in his perception, a coolness that wasn't temperature, a silence that wasn't sound. As if the cloak wasn't hiding him from the world but from something specific, something vast and patient and everywhere. "My father wore this," Harry thought. "James Potter. A wizard." "Yes," the box agreed, "but the cloak is older than wizardry. It has passed through many hands. It chose your line. Chose." The box pinged uncertainly. Even it didn't fully understand. But the cloak, it said, resonated with something in Harry's bloodline, not the god's signature, something else. Something on the other side of the equation, and the box let the thought trail off because it was venturing into territory where its analytical framework simply didn't apply. Harry folded the cloak carefully and set it aside. He would think about it later. There were too many mysteries already. That night he couldn't sleep. The castle was quiet, the dormitory dark, and something was pulling at him. An itch, a compulsion, a need to move. The box was neutral on the subject, neither encouraging nor discouraging, which meant it either didn't know what was drawing Harry or it did know and wanted him to discover it himself. He pulled on the invisibility cloak and slipped out of the dormitory. The castle at night was a different creature. Corridors that were warm and busy during the day became vast and shadowed, the torches guttering low, the portraits sleeping in their frames. Harry's footsteps were silent on the stone, the cloak muffled sound as well as light, another property the box noted with interest, and he moved through the empty school like a ghost. He didn't know where he was going. His feet seemed to know, and the box was tracking his route with quiet attention, mapping it against the castle's layout. Down a corridor, turn left, through a door he hadn't noticed before, down a flight of stairs, along a passage that smelled of dust and old wood, and then a door. Ajar. And beyond it, a room. Harry pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was large and empty except for a single object standing against the far wall, a mirror. It was magnificent. Tall as the ceiling, framed in ornate gold, with clawed feet and an inscription carved across the top that Harry had to squint to read. Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. He walked toward it. The box scanned the mirror and immediately recoiled. The enchantment on this object was dense, layered, and deeply, fundamentally strange. It didn't reflect reality. It reflected something else. The box couldn't determine what without Harry actually looking into it, and it offered a cautious ping that translated as careful. Harry stepped in front of the mirror and looked. For a moment, he saw himself, just Harry, skinny and bespectacled, wearing the invisibility cloak like a silver blanket. Then the reflection shifted. People appeared behind him. A woman with dark red hair and green eyes, his eyes, exactly his eyes, stood at his right shoulder, smiling down at him with a love so fierce it radiated from the glass like heat. A man stood at his left, tall, thin, messy black hair, glasses, grinning. His parents, James and Lily Potter. They looked at Harry, and Harry looked at them, and his throat closed and his eyes burned, and he pressed his hand to the glass as if he could reach through and touch them. The box went quiet, utterly quiet. It didn't ping, didn't scan, didn't offer analysis. It recognized that this moment was beyond its parameters, human grief, human love, the devastating simplicity of a child seeing the parents he'd never known, and it had the grace to step back and let Harry feel it without commentary. But then the image changed. The background shifted. The dark room behind Harry's reflected parents brightened, expanded, transformed. It became a world of light, not sunlight, something richer, deeper, a radiance that seemed to emanate from reality itself. And Harry's parents changed with it. They stood taller. Their clothes dissolved into something else, armor, golden and flowing, etched with patterns Harry recognized because he saw them every night when the box projected itself above his palm. Mother box patterns. Lily Potter, the reflected Lily, the impossible Lily, held something in her hands. A mother box, twin to Ping, identical in every way, glowing with the same warm golden light. And she looked at Harry through the mirror with her green eyes, his green eyes, and she smiled. And the smile was not just a mother's love. It was recognition. It was confirmation. It was a woman who knew exactly what her son was and was proud of it, fiercely, blazingly proud. Harry stared. His hand trembled against the glass. "Ping," said the box very softly, breaking its own silence because what it saw in the mirror, or rather what it saw Harry seeing, resonated with something in its own archived memories. It recognized the armor. It recognized the world. New Genesis. The Golden Realm, home of the new gods who fought against Darkseid's tyranny. Was she one of them? Harry asked, and his thought voice cracked. My mum. Was she a new god? The box agonized. It wanted to give him a definitive answer. It could feel how much he needed one, how the question was tearing at him, but it couldn't. The mirror showed desire, not truth. It showed what Harry most wanted to see, and what Harry most wanted was for his parents to be more than victims, more than a tragedy, more than a sacrifice he'd been too young to understand. I don't know, the box said honestly. The mirror shows what you want, but wanting something doesn't make it false. The God's signature in your blood is real. It came from somewhere. And your mother's line, I know, Harry thought. You've said, maternal line, strongest expression. Yes, Lily Evans was Muggle-born. No wizarding ancestry. But the God signature doesn't follow magical inheritance. It follows genetic inheritance. And genetics don't lie, Harry. Someone in your mother's line was not from this world. Harry stood in front of the mirror until his legs ached and his eyes were dry from staring. His parents waved at him, smiled at him, and the reflected Lily held her mother box like a talisman, and the golden world of New Genesis blazed behind them. Then he heard a sound. The box caught it first, a shift in air pressure, the displacement of a body moving through space, the faintest whisper of fabric. Someone was behind him. Harry spun, pulling the invisibility cloak tight around his body. Dumbledore stood in the doorway. He was wearing a long dressing gown, purple and covered in silver stars, and his expression was, Harry didn't have a word for it. It wasn't the twinkling benevolence that the headmaster usually projected. It was something more raw, more real. It was the expression of a very old man who had made many mistakes and was aware of every single one. I see you found the Mirror of Erised, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry let the cloak fall from his shoulders. There was no point pretending. Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on the exact spot where Harry stood, cloak or no cloak. The box confirmed that Dumbledore was perceiving Harry through means that had nothing to do with ordinary sight. It shows my family, Harry said carefully. Yes. The mirror shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Dumbledore moved into the room, his footsteps slow and deliberate. You who have never known your family see them standing around you. It is a beautiful and terrible enchantment. He came to stand beside Harry, and for a moment both of them looked into the mirror. Harry saw his parents, the golden world, the armor, the mother box. He didn't know what Dumbledore saw, but the old wizard's expression tightened, and something bright and painful flickered behind those blue eyes. Sir, Harry said, what do you see? Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks, he said. One can never have enough socks. The box pinged. He's lying, Harry knew, but he also knew that some lies were kindnesses, and he let it go. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry, Dumbledore said, and I must ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The mother box scanned the contact. Dumbledore's magical signature, this close, was staggering. A vast ocean of refined power held in perfect control, and underneath it, the box detected something it hadn't noticed before. A thread of awareness, delicate and precise, probing outward from Dumbledore's touch, brushing against Harry's chest, against the place where the box lived. It wasn't an attack. It wasn't even aggressive. It was an inquiry, gentle, respectful, the magical equivalent of knocking on a door. The box froze. For one awful moment, Harry thought it would ping or flare or do something that would blow the secret wide open. But the box was smarter than that. It pulled itself inward, compressed its emissions to zero, became nothing more than a warm spot behind Harry's sternum that could be explained away as heartburn or anxiety or any of a dozen mundane causes. Dumbledore's probe found nothing, or at least nothing it could identify. The old wizard's hand lingered on Harry's shoulder for a moment, and his blue eyes searched Harry's face with an intensity that felt like being read. Then he withdrew. "Good night, Harry," he said. "Good night, Professor." Dumbledore left. Harry stood alone in front of the mirror, and his reflected parents waved, and the golden world of New Genesis glowed behind them, and Lily Potter held her mother box and smiled. "He knows something is different about you," the box said. "He can sense it. He can't identify it, but he knows. I know. He will figure it out eventually. He is formidable. I know that too." Harry pulled the invisibility cloak back on and returned to Gryffindor Tower. He climbed into bed. He didn't sleep for a long time. "Ping," said the box. It was trying to comfort him, but the comfort was layered over an anxiety that even alien technology couldn't fully suppress. They were being watched from multiple directions, by Quirrell, by Snape, by Dumbledore, and by the woman with the warm smile and the elevated skin temperature. The walls were closing in, and the year was only half over. "We're going to be okay," Harry told the box, and he wasn't sure which of them he was trying to convince. The box pinged. It didn't agree or disagree. It just stayed close. January arrived, cold and hard, and Hermione came back from Christmas with a suitcase full of Muggle research materials, astronomy charts, physics textbooks, a dog-eared paperback about quantum mechanics that she'd been using to construct a theoretical framework for the mother box's capabilities. "I can't find any direct references," she said, spreading papers across a table in the far corner of the common room while Ron watched with a mixture of admiration and horror. "But there are indirect ones. Accounts in magical history of objects falling from the sky that exhibited properties inconsistent with known enchantments. The Tunguska event in 1908, the Muggle explanation is a meteorite, but the magical community recorded massive ley line disruption consistent with a dimensional breach. And in 1247, a monk in Bavaria documented a golden cube that sang and healed the sick before disappearing underground. "That could be Ping," Harry said, leaning forward. "It could be a mother box, certainly. The description matches. But here's what's interesting." She pulled out another sheaf of parchment. "I tracked the Bavarian account forward. The monastery where the monk lived was built over what later became a Gringotts vault system. The goblins acquired the land in 1302. Harry stared at her. "You're saying Ping was in that vault for 700 years? At minimum. Possibly longer. The Bavarian account might not be the first. There are hints of similar objects in Egyptian magical records, Mesopotamian texts, even cave paintings in the Pyrenees that show geometric patterns consistent with mother box surface designs." "She is extraordinary," the box said, and there was no ambiguity in the tone. "This is research the box itself would have conducted given access to these sources. She arrived at the same conclusions through fragmented historical records and intuition." "Remarkable." Harry smiled. "Ping says you're remarkable." Hermione's cheeks went pink. "Tell Ping I said thank you, and also that I have 17 follow-up questions about boom tube mechanics that I need answered before Tuesday." The winter term settled into a rhythm that was part normal school, part clandestine cosmic investigation. Harry went to classes. He studied magic. He practiced boom tubes in empty classrooms, getting faster and more precise. He played Quidditch. Gryffindor won their next match against Hufflepuff, and Harry caught the snitch in 5 minutes, which Oliver would celebrate it as if they'd won the World Cup. And he watched Madam Good. The ministry inspector had been at Hogwarts for over a month now, far longer than any routine inspection should take. She attended meals, visited classrooms, spoke with teachers. She was unfailingly pleasant, universally liked, and utterly unremarkable. The box hated her. Not hated, the box didn't do hatred, but its unease had grown into something approaching alarm, a persistent, low-frequency warning that hummed every time Madam Good was in proximity. It still couldn't explain why. Every scan came back clean. Her magical signature was normal. Her behavior was normal. She was, by every measurable metric, exactly what she claimed to be. But she kept finding Harry. Not obviously, not in a way that would seem deliberate to anyone watching. But Harry would be walking to class and there she'd be, smiling, asking how he was. He'd be in the library and she'd appear, browsing shelves, making small talk. He'd be coming off the Quidditch pitch, flushed and grinning, and she'd be in the corridor, congratulating him, that warm grandmotherly smile firmly in place. And she asked questions. Gentle questions, casual questions, the kind that seemed like small talk but weren't. Do you enjoy Hogwarts, Harry? Are the teachers kind to you? Do you ever feel different from the other students? Do you miss having a family? That last one hit. Harry was in the corridor outside Charms, alone for once. Ron and Hermione had gone ahead to lunch, and Madam Good had appeared from around a corner with her warm smile and her warm hands and her warm voice, and she'd asked him about family, and Harry had felt something crack. "Sometimes," he said before he could stop himself. "Of course you do," she said, and her voice was so kind, so understanding that Harry's throat tightened. "Every child deserves a family. Someone who sees them for what they truly are, someone who values them." She paused. "You're very special, Harry, do you know that? People keep telling me that. People tell you you're famous. That's not the same thing as special. Famous is what others make of you. Special is what you are." She looked at him, and for just a moment something moved behind her eyes, something vast and cold and ancient, like a glacier glimpse through a window, and then it was gone, and she was just a kindly ministry inspector again. "You deserve to be seen, Harry," she said. "Remember that." She walked away. Harry stood in the corridor and felt the box buzzing with agitation, pinging so rapidly the tones blurred together into a continuous hum. "What was that?" Harry demanded. In her eyes, I saw something. The box replayed the moment from its sensor logs. It slowed the image, enhanced it, analyzed every microexpression on Madam Good's face during that fraction of a second when the mask had slipped. What it found made it scream. Not a ping, not an alarm. A scream, a raw, atavistic burst of terror that flooded Harry's consciousness with a single, overwhelming imperative. "Run!" Harry staggered. He caught himself against the wall, heart hammering, the box's fear cascading through him like ice water. "What? What is it? Ping, what is it?" The box was trying to regain control, trying to process through its own panic. And what it showed Harry was an image, not from its archives, not a memory, but an analysis. Madam Good's microexpression, slowed to a fraction of a second, enhanced beyond what human eyes could perceive. And in that fraction of a second, the thing behind the ministry inspector's warm smile had surface features inconsistent with human facial musculature. The jaw was wrong. The brow ridge was wrong. The proportions were subtly, impossibly off, as if a very good mask was being worn by a face that was fundamentally a different shape. Not human. Not human at all. "What is she?" Harry demanded. And the box, still shaking with a fear that Harry had never felt from it before, not even when it spoke of Darkseid, offered a name. Granny Goodness. The name came wrapped in context. Archived data, memories, horrors. Granny Goodness. Chief torturer of apocalypse, trainer of warriors. She ran the orphanages, and the word orphanages arrived with such a weight of suffering that Harry's knees buckled. She took children, the lost, the abandoned, the unloved. She took them and she broke them and she rebuilt them as soldiers for Darkseid, loyal to the point of insanity, grateful for every cruelty because she was the only thing in their miserable lives that resembled a parent. She targeted orphans. She was targeting him. How long has she been here? Harry thought, and his mental voice was deadly calm, the kind of calm that comes when panic goes so far it wraps around and becomes clarity. Since the Quidditch match. She arrived the morning of the game. She saw you fly without a broom. And she's been, what? Grooming me. The box's silence was answer enough. Harry stood in the corridor and felt the world rearrange itself around a new, terrible understanding. The kind ministry inspector who asked about his family and told him he was special and smiled with such warmth. She was a monster from a world of fire, sent to recruit him for a cosmic tyrant, and she'd been studying him for months, learning his vulnerabilities, preparing her approach. And the worst part, the part that made Harry's stomach turn, was that it had been working. He'd liked her. When she'd told him he was special, he'd believed her. When she'd asked about his family, he'd opened up. She'd found the cracks in his armor, the loneliness, the hunger for belonging, the desperate need to be valued by someone who actually knew what he was, and she'd pressed on them with the skill of someone who'd been doing this for millennia. "What do I do?" Harry asked the box. The box was afraid. It was more afraid than Harry had ever felt it, because Granny Goodness was not a troll with a club or a fragment of a dark wizard in a turban. She was a servant of Darkseid, an emissary of Apocalypse, a being of immense power disguised in human form, and if she was here it meant the signal had been received and Apocalypse knew where Harry was. But the box was also loyal. It had bonded to Harry in the dark of Vault 713, and it would not abandon him, not to Granny Goodness, not to Darkseid, not to anyone. So it pulled itself together, compressed its fear into something useful, and offered a plan. Not a plan, it corrected, a principle. She does not know that you know. This is your only advantage. Use it. Harry breathed. In, out, the corridor was empty. The stone walls held their silence. Okay, he thought, okay. I don't know, she doesn't know I know. I keep it that way. Yes, I act normal, I go to class, I eat dinner, I smile when she smiles, yes, and I tell Ron and Hermione, yes, they are assets, use them. Harry almost laughed at the box's military terminology applied to his two best friends, but the laugh died in his throat because this was real, this was happening. A servant of an actual dark god was walking the halls of Hogwarts, smiling at students, asking children about their families, and nobody knew except an 11-year-old boy with an alien computer in his chest. He went to lunch. He sat down next to Ron. He ate shepherd's pie and drank pumpkin juice. Madam Good was at the staff table, chatting with Professor Sprout, and she caught Harry's eye and smiled, and Harry smiled back. Good, the box whispered, just like that. That night in the common room, behind a silencing charm that Hermione had cast with her usual precision, Harry told them everything. Ron went pale. Hermione went very still. "How powerful is she?" Hermione asked. Compared to Dumbledore, say." The box offered a comparison that was not encouraging. Granny Goodness, in her true form, operated on a power scale that made magical ability largely irrelevant. She was not a witch. She did not use magic. She used the technologies and innate abilities of Apocalypse, which functioned on entirely different principles. Comparing her to Dumbledore was like comparing a shark to a submarine. They operated in the same environment but played by completely different rules. "So we can't fight her," Ron said. "No," Harry said. "Not yet, maybe not ever. The box says our advantage is information. She doesn't know we've identified her." "What does she want?" Hermione asked. "Me. She wants to take me to Apocalypse, train me, turn me into a weapon for Darkseid." The common room fire crackled. A log shifted, sending sparks up the chimney. Somewhere above them, the wind howled against the tower. "We won't let that happen," Hermione said, and her voice was iron. "Absolutely not," Ron said, and his voice was granite. Harry looked at them, his two best friends, 11 years old, declaring war on a cosmic torturer in a cozy common room, and felt a swell of emotion that the mother box catalogued as a dangerous spike in oxytocin and serotonin levels, and Harry catalogued as love. "Okay," he said. "So here's what we do. We watch her, we learn her patterns, and we figure out how to get her away from the school without anyone getting hurt." "And Quirrell?" Ron asked. "He's still going for the stone. One problem at a time. We've got a Dark Lord in a turban and a space torturer in ministry robes, and you want to go one at a time." "You have a better plan." Ron considered this. But I want it noted that our lives are mental." "Noted," Harry and Hermione said in unison. The fire burned low. They sat together in the dying light, 3 children carrying the weight of secrets that would have crushed most adults, and planned for a future that was rushing toward them like a freight train in the dark. "Ping," said the box, soft and steady and present. "I know," Harry thought. "I know. We're not alone." "No," the box agreed, "not anymore." The days shortened. February bled into March. The castle shook off winter and the grounds turned muddy and green. And through it all, Harry watched and waited and smiled at Madam Good and pretended he didn't know what she was, and the box hummed behind his sternum, and the year wound down toward whatever was waiting at the end. It was coming. All of it. The stone, Quirrell, Voldemort, Granny Goodness. The confrontation that had been building since a boy touched a golden box in the dark of a goblin vault. Harry could feel it approaching like a storm on the horizon, pressure building, air thickening, the silence before thunder. He didn't know if he was ready. The box didn't know either. But they were together, and that for now was enough. Chapter 3. Apocalypse Now. Spring came to Hogwarts like a held breath finally released. The snow retreated up the mountains. The Black Lake thawed and glittered under pale Scottish sunlight, and the grounds erupted in wildflowers that the mother box catalogued with quiet delight. It had developed an unexpected appreciation for terrestrial botany, possibly because flowers were one of the few things on Earth that didn't confuse, threaten, or try to kill Harry. But Harry wasn't looking at flowers. He was standing at the window of Gryffindor Tower at 2 in the morning, staring out at the dark grounds, and the box was showing him something that made his blood run cold. Madam Good was outside, not walking the corridors, not sitting in the staff room, not doing any of the things a ministry inspector might do at 2 in the morning. She was standing at the edge of the forbidden forest, perfectly still, her face tilted up toward the sky. And the box, scanning from this distance with every passive sensor it had, was detecting something it had been dreading for months. A signal, outgoing, tight beam compressed, encoded in frequencies that had nothing to do with magic or any terrestrial technology. Madam Good, Granny Goodness, was transmitting, sending a report to something very far away and very, very patient. "Can you read it?" Harry thought. The box tried. The encryption was apocalyptic, military grade, layered, designed to resist exactly the kind of interception a mother box might attempt. But Ping was apocalyptic too, and she knew these protocols from the inside. It took her 47 seconds, an eternity by her standards, but she cracked it. The message was short, clinical. It read like a field report. Subject confirmed. New God signature, latent but viable. Mother box, bonded 4th generation prototype, designation unknown. Subject profile, emotionally isolated, authority-averse, high adaptive intelligence. Recruitment viability favorable. Recommend direct approach within 30 solar rotations. Awaiting authorization. Harry read it twice. The words sat in his mind like stones dropped into still water, and the ripples spread outward, touching everything. 30 days, he thought. Approximately, the box confirmed. She's requesting permission to make her move. When authorization comes, she'll try to take me. Yes. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold glass. Below, Madame Good finished her transmission. She stood motionless for another moment, then turned and walked back toward the castle. Her stride was different at night, longer, more deliberate, the careful shuffle of the kindly inspector replaced by something fluid and predatory. The mask slipped when she thought no one was watching, but someone was always watching. Harry went back to bed. He didn't sleep. The box hummed beside him, running scenarios, calculating probabilities, trying to find a path through the converging threats that didn't end in catastrophe. Quirrell was getting more desperate. The dark presence inside him was stronger now, pushing harder against its host, and Quirrell's deterioration was visible to anyone paying attention. His stammer had worsened. His hands shook. He smelled of garlic and fear. And the box had detected him twice in the past week, standing outside the third-floor corridor at night, staring at the locked door behind which Fluffy growled and slavered. 2 enemies, 2 agendas, 1 school full of children. And Harry lying in the dark, 11 years old, carrying the weight of a cosmic inheritance he'd never asked for. "Ping," said the box, soft and steady. "I'm here. I know," Harry thought. "I'm just tired. You should sleep. Tomorrow will require energy." "Why, what's tomorrow?" The box didn't answer, but its hum shifted, a minor key, an undertone of anticipation, and Harry understood that the box was sensing something it couldn't articulate, a convergence, a tipping point. The kind of moment where the current of events, flowing separately, begins to merge into a single, unstoppable river. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came eventually, thin and restless, full of dreams he couldn't quite remember, golden light, burning skies, a woman's voice calling his name in a language that wasn't any language at all. He woke to Hermione shaking his shoulder. "Harry, Harry, wake up." He fumbled for his glasses. Hermione's face swam into focus, pale, tight with anxiety, her hair even wilder than usual, which meant she'd been running her hands through it, which meant she'd been thinking hard about something distressing. "What time is it?" "6. Listen to me. Hagrid has a dragon." Harry stared at her. Behind his sternum the box pinged once, a flat, disbelieving tone that perfectly matched Harry's expression. "A what?" "A dragon, a Norwegian ridgeback. He won the egg in a card game at the pub, and he's been hatching it in his hut, and it's the size of a dog already. And Harry, he told us about Fluffy. He told us how to get past Fluffy." Harry sat up. "He told who?" "He told us, me and Ron, last week when we went for tea. I've been trying to tell you, but you've been." She gestured vaguely at him, encompassing the sleepless nights, the long silences, the hours spent staring out of windows. Distracted. Guilt flickered through him. She was right. He'd been so consumed by Granny Goodness and the signal and the approaching storm that he'd let Hermione and Ron handle things he should have been part of. The box pinged in agreement, which didn't help. What did Hagrid say? "He said Fluffy falls asleep if you play music. He said it to a stranger in a pub, the same stranger who gave him the dragon egg. Harry, don't you see? Someone manipulated Hagrid into revealing how to get past the dog. Someone who wanted that information." The box connected the dots before Harry did. A stranger in a pub, conveniently possessing the one thing Hagrid wanted most, extracting security information in exchange. It was textbook intelligence work. The box had seen this pattern 1,000 times in its archived memories of apocalyptic operations. Identify the target's desire, provide it, extract the asset. "Quirrell," Harry said, "or whoever's controlling him, Voldemort." The name landed in the quiet dormitory like a dropped glass. Ron, in the next bed, rolled over and groaned. "It's too early for Voldemort," he mumbled. "Ron, wake up, this is important." Ron sat up, blinking, his red hair sticking out in 17 directions. "What's happened?" "Voldemort knows how to get past Fluffy." Ron was instantly awake. Bloody hell. They convened in the common room, which was empty at this hour. Even the fire was just embers. Hermione laid out the situation with her usual systematic precision, and the box listened and offered supplementary analysis through Harry. And by the time the first other students started trickling downstairs for breakfast, they had a picture that was clear and terrible. Voldemort, through Quirrell, knew how to get past the first protection. The other protections, Hermione had been researching them for months, cross-referencing which teachers were involved in guarding the stone, included contributions from McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Quirrell himself, which was a security flaw so obvious it made the box ping in disgust, Snape and Dumbledore. 7 layers. Some magical, some logical, some both. Quirrell had been studying them, probing them, preparing for months, and he was running out of time. The box's scans showed Quirrell's body failing. The parasitic presence was consuming him, burning through his life force to sustain itself. If Voldemort didn't get the stone soon, his host would collapse and he'd be bodiless again, a wraith in the wilderness. "He'll go soon," Harry said. "Days, maybe. Ping says Quirrell's body can't take much more." "Then we tell Dumbledore," Hermione said firmly. "Hermione, listen to me. I know you think Dumbledore's playing games, and maybe he is. But if Voldemort gets the Philosopher's Stone, he comes back. Properly back. With a body, with power, and everything that happened 11 years ago starts again. We are 11. We cannot handle this alone." She was right. Harry knew she was right. The box knew she was right. The problem was that telling Dumbledore about Quirrell meant conversations, meant questions, meant the headmaster's penetrating blue gaze fixed on Harry while the mother box tried to hide behind his sternum. Dumbledore was already suspicious. The Mirror of Erised encounter had confirmed that. Any additional interaction increased the risk of exposure, but Hermione was right. Some risks had to be taken. "Okay," Harry said. "We tell Dumbledore." They went to breakfast. They ate. They went to class. And at lunch, Harry walked to the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office and realized he didn't know the password. He was standing there staring at the stone gargoyle when Professor McGonagall found him. "Can I help you, Potter? I need to see Professor Dumbledore. It's important." McGonagall studied him over her square spectacles. "The headmaster is not in the castle. He received an urgent owl from the ministry this morning and left for London." The box pinged, sharp, alarmed. "When will he be back?" Harry asked, keeping his voice steady. "Tomorrow at the earliest. Is there something I can help with?" Harry hesitated. He could tell McGonagall she was formidable, she was trustworthy, she'd probably believe him about Quirrell even if he couldn't explain how he knew. But the box was running a different calculation, one that made Harry's stomach clench. The timing, the box said. Dumbledore receives an urgent owl on the same day we decide to warn him. He leaves the castle. The one person powerful enough to stop Quirrell, removed from the board at the exact moment the threat is escalating. You think it's a setup. I think the probability of coincidence is low. "It's nothing, Professor," Harry said. "Just a question about class." McGonagall looked unconvinced but let him go. Harry walked away, his mind racing, the box keeping pace. "Tonight," the box said. "If Quirrell is going to move, it will be tonight. Dumbledore is gone. The path is clear. Then we have to stop him. Harry, we have to stop him. If he gets the stone, Voldemort comes back. That's not a theoretical threat, Ping. That's a dark wizard who murdered my parents. I won't let him come back." The box was quiet for a moment. Then it pinged, not in agreement, not in protest, but in acceptance. It had bonded to a boy with more courage than sense, and it had known from the beginning that this was where they'd end up. "Then we prepare," it said, "and we do it smart." Harry found Ron and Hermione after lunch and told them. Ron went white but set his jaw. Hermione closed her eyes for 3 seconds, the box counted, and when she opened them they were steady. "Tonight," she said. "Tonight? What's the plan?" Harry told them what the box had told him, the layout of the protections as far as it could map them from passive scans. 7 chambers, 7 challenges. The first was fluffy, music would handle that. After that, the box's scans became less precise. the protections interfering with passive detection, but it had general impressions. Something botanical, something aerial, something strategic, something logical, something alchemical. "We go after curfew," Harry said. "The invisibility cloak will get us past Filch and Mrs. Norris. We get through the protections. We get the stone before Quirrell does, and we bring it to McGonagall." "What about?" Ron lowered his voice. "Madam Good." Harry had been thinking about this. The box had been thinking about it more, and the conclusion they'd reached was uncomfortable but necessary. "She's not here for the stone, she's here for me. If I'm in the castle doing normal things, she has no reason to act tonight. Her timeline is 30 days. We're not on her radar for this." "You hope," Ron said. "I calculate," Harry said, and the box pinged in dark amusement at Harry using its vocabulary. The afternoon crawled by. Harry went to classes but retained nothing. The box was running pre-mission analysis, threat assessments, contingency plans, exit strategies. It had switched into a mode Harry hadn't seen before, something it called operational readiness, and the change was palpable. The warm, curious companion that cataloged flowers and made jokes about Snape's hair was gone, replaced by something harder, faster, more focused. A tool built for exactly this kind of situation. Harry didn't like the change, but he was grateful for it. Dinner was agony. He sat at the Gryffindor table and pushed food around his plate and watched the staff table out of the corner of his eye. Quirrell was there, twitching, barely eating. Snape was watching Quirrell with undisguised suspicion. McGonagall was talking to Flitwick. And at the end of the table, Madam Good was sipping tea and smiling and being perfectly, terrifyingly normal. Dumbledore's chair was empty. After dinner, Harry, Ron, and Hermione went to the common room and waited. They did homework, or pretended to. Hermione actually did homework because she was Hermione, and the world could be ending and she would still want her transfiguration essay to be properly cited. Ron played chess against himself and lost, which he said had never happened before and was clearly a sign of stress. Harry sat in an armchair by the fire and communed with the box, running through the plan one more time. Ping, ping, ping. The common room empty. Students drifted to bed in ones and twos. By 11 o'clock, the three of them were alone. "Time," Harry said. He pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. The three of them huddled under it. It was a tight fit, and Ron had to crouch because he was the tallest, and they slipped out of the portrait hole. The castle at night. Harry had been here before, the night he'd found the Mirror of Erised, but this was different. This time he wasn't wandering. He was moving with purpose, guided by the box's three-dimensional map, taking the most efficient route to the third-floor corridor while avoiding Filch, Mrs. Norris, Peeves, and the patrolling professors. The box tracked them all. Filch was on the 4th floor muttering to his cat. Mrs. Norris was in the dungeons hunting mice. Peeves was in the trophy room rearranging the awards. And Snape, the box pinged urgently. Snape was on the 3rd floor. They froze at the end of a corridor. Snape's dark figure swept past an intersection 20 feet ahead, robes billowing, moving fast, heading toward the 3rd-floor corridor. "He knows," the box said. "He's figured out that Quirrell is moving tonight. He's going to try to stop him." Good, Harry thought. Let him go first. He can deal with whatever's in there. That is tactically sound but morally questionable. Ping, I'm 11. I'll take every advantage I can get. They waited until Snape's footsteps faded, then continued. The 3rd-floor corridor was ahead. Harry could feel Fluffy through the box. 3 massive biological signatures behind a locked door, each one radiating the kind of animal menace that made the box's threat assessment algorithms light up like Christmas. The door was already ajar. Someone had been here before them. Recently. The lock was undone, and from inside, Harry could hear something. A low, rumbling snore, punctuated by the wheeze of enormous lungs. And underneath it, faintly, music. A harp playing itself. The the strings plucking out a gentle melody that kept the three-headed dog asleep. "Quirrell's already through," Harry whispered. They pushed the door open. Fluffy filled the room, three enormous heads, each one the size of a dustbin, resting on massive paws. The harp sat in the corner playing its lullaby, and in the floor, visible between Fluffy's paws, a trapdoor hung open. The box scanned the opening. It went down a long way, 30 feet roughly, into darkness. Something soft at the bottom, botanical signatures, the plant protection. "Right," Ron said, staring at the open trapdoor. "Right, okay, so we're doing this." "We're doing this," Harry confirmed. "Just wanted to be clear." Harry went first. He lowered himself through the trapdoor and let go. The fall was longer than expected. The box tracked his descent and calculated impact time, adjusting his body position for optimal landing, and he hit something soft and yielding. Tendrils of plant matter immediately wrapped around his legs. Devil's snare. The box identified it instantly, a magical plant that constricted when its prey struggled and relaxed when they were still. The counter was light and warmth. "Don't struggle," Harry called up. "It's Devil's snare, just relax." Ron dropped through next, then Hermione. Ron immediately began thrashing, which made the vines tighten, which made him thrash more. "Relax, Ron." "Easy for you to say. You haven't got a vine trying to get." Hermione pulled her wand. "Lumos Solemn." A jet of brilliant white light burst from her wand tip and the Devil's snare recoiled, releasing them. They dropped through onto cold stone. "Lucky Hermione pays attention in herbology," Ron gasped. "Lucky you don't have to rely on it," Hermione shot back, but she was smiling. The box mapped the chamber ahead, a long, low corridor leading to a door. Behind the door, movement. Many small signatures, airborne, metallic. Harry pushed the door open. They stepped into a brilliantly lit chamber. The ceiling was high, cathedral high, and the air was full of birds. Not birds, keys. Hundreds of keys, enchanted with wings, fluttering and swooping and diving through the air in a dazzling display. At the far end of the room, a heavy wooden door with an iron lock, and in the corner, broomsticks. 3 of them, old and battered, hovering at waist height. The box scanned the keys. Hundreds of signatures, all similar, all deliberately designed to be nearly identical. But one, the box isolated it in seconds, had a different weight, a different metallic composition, and its wings were slightly crumpled as if it had already been caught and used. "Big, old-fashioned silver key with crumpled wings," Harry said. "That's the one." Ron and Hermione stared at him. "How do you—" Ron started. "Ping." "Right, alien supercomputer, sometimes I forget." Harry grabbed a broomstick and kicked off. The keys scattered as he rose. They weren't hostile, just evasive, and the enchantment clearly intended for the challenge to be one of flying skill. Harry smiled grimly. Flying skill he had. He spotted the silver key there at the top of the chamber, moving slower than the others because of its damaged wings and dove. The key tried to flee. Harry pursued. For 30 seconds, it was just flying, pure, clean. The one thing in his life that had never needed explanation or enhancement. And then his hand closed around the key's cold metal body, and its wings fluttered desperately against his fingers. He landed, unlocked the door, and they passed through. The next chamber was dark. As they stepped inside, light blazed, torches along the walls, illuminating a massive chessboard. The pieces were taller than Harry, carved from black and white stone, and they stood in perfect formation, waiting. McGonagall's protection, Hermione breathed. "It's wizard chess. We have to play our way across." Ron stepped forward. His eyes swept the board. The box watched him do it and noted the change in his neural activity, the shift from anxiety to focus, the way his brain lit up when it encountered a problem it was built to solve. "Right," Ron said, and his voice was different now, quieter, steadier, the voice of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. "Harry, you take the bishop's square. Hermione, you're the castle, I'm the knight." "Ron," Hermione started. "I know what I'm doing, trust me." They took their positions. The white pieces moved first. What followed was the most brutal game of chess Harry had ever witnessed. Ron directed their pieces with calm, lethal precision, sacrificing pawns without hesitation, building traps that closed like jaws, thinking 3 moves, 4 moves, 5 moves ahead. The white pieces fought back. They were enchanted to play at a high level, and they gave no quarter, smashing black pieces off the board with stone fists and swords that sent shrapnel flying. The box analyzed the game in real time. It offered Harry suggested moves, but Harry ignored them. This was Ron's arena, and the box's computational analysis, while technically superior, lacked something Ron had: intuition, creativity, the willingness to make a move that looked insane and have it turn out to be brilliant 4 turns later. Ron was magnificent. His face was pale but set, his eyes moving constantly, his mind working at a speed Harry had never seen from him before. Move by move, he dismantled the white defense, pushing toward checkmate with the relentless pressure of a rising tide. And then he stopped. Harry saw it on his face, the moment of realization, the calculation completing, the answer arriving with a weight that made Ron's shoulders sag. "I have to sacrifice myself," Ron said quietly. "No," Hermione gasped. "It's the only way. If I move here," he pointed to a square diagonal to the White King, "their queen takes me. That opens the board for Harry to checkmate." "Ron, no, Hermione." Ron looked at her, and there was something in his expression that was older than 11, older than childhood, the look of someone making a choice they understood completely. "This is what I'm good at. Let me be good at it." The box ran the analysis. Ron was right. There was no other path to checkmate that didn't involve sacrificing the knight. The mathematics were merciless. "I'll be fine," Ron said. "It's chess, not war. The piece gets taken, not killed." He didn't sound entirely certain about that. Neither was Harry. But the clock was ticking. Quirrell was ahead of them, getting further ahead with every minute, and the stone was at the end of this gauntlet. Ron moved. The White Queen turned. She advanced across the board with a grinding of stone on stone, her blank face expressionless, and struck Ron hard across the head with her stone arm. He crumpled. The White Queen dragged his unconscious body off the board and returned to her position. "Ron!" Hermione screamed. Harry grabbed her arm. "He's breathing." Ping scanning him. "He's unconscious, not injured. Concussion, maybe. He'll be okay." Hermione's eyes were bright with tears, but she nodded. Harry stepped to the square Ron had opened and said, in a voice that didn't waver, "Checkmate." The White King dropped his crown. The pieces parted. The door ahead opened. "Stay with Ron," Harry told Hermione. "Harry, no, you can't go alone." "I won't be alone. I've got Ping." He met her eyes. "If I'm not back in an hour, get McGonagall, get Snape, get anyone, but don't come after me." Hermione stared at him. Tears were running down her cheeks now, and the box catalogued them with something that might have been heartbreak if machines could feel heartbreak. "You come back, Harry Potter," she said fiercely. "You come back, or I swear I will research a way to bring you back, and you know I can do it." He almost smiled. "I know you can." He walked through the door. The next chamber hit him with a wall of stench. The troll, the second troll, lay face down on the floor, already unconscious. Quirrell's work, or Voldemort's. The box scanned it, confirmed it was out, and they moved on. The next room was Snape's. A table with 7 bottles, a roll of parchment, and a wall of purple flame blocking the way forward and a wall of black flame blocking the way back. A logic puzzle. The box solved it before Harry finished reading the parchment. "The smallest bottle," Harry said, "gets me through the purple fire." He drank. The potion was ice cold, and the sensation of walking through purple flames while feeling like he'd swallowed a glacier was profoundly unpleasant, but he made it through. The final chamber. Harry stepped through and felt the box go very, very still. The room was round, stone-walled, lit by torches that cast flickering shadows, and in the center stood Quirrell. Not the stuttering, turban-wearing, nervous wreck Harry had watched deteriorate all year. This Quirrell stood straight, his eyes cold and focused, his wand in his hand, and when he turned to face Harry, there was no trace of fear on his face. Only hunger. And behind the hunger, in the dark recess of his eyes, something else looked out, ancient, patient, and utterly devoid of mercy. "Ah," Quirrell said, and his voice didn't stutter. "Potter, I wondered if you'd come." Behind Quirrell, standing against the far wall, was the Mirror of Erised. The box pinged rapidly, scanning Quirrell, scanning the mirror, scanning the room for exits and threats and variables. Quirrell's dual signature was blazing now, the parasitic presence fully dominant, Quirrell's own consciousness suppressed to a whisper. The thing inside him was in control. "You," Harry said. He didn't bother addressing Quirrell. He spoke to the thing behind the eyes. "Voldemort." Quirrell's lips curved into a smile that wasn't his own. "Clever boy. Dumbledore's golden child, they call you, but Dumbledore isn't here, is he? Dumbledore is in London chasing shadows because I sent an owl that told him to be." "Confirmed," the box said grimly. "The summons was fabricated." "And now," Quirrell said, turning back to the mirror, "we have a problem. This mirror, this infernal mirror, holds the stone. I can see it, I can feel it, but I cannot reach it." He placed his hands on the mirror's frame and stared into the glass with a desperation that distorted his features. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but how to get it? The mirror only gives the stone to someone who wants it but doesn't want to use it. An elegant trap, Dumbledore's work." Then the voice changed. It came from Quirrell's mouth, but it wasn't Quirrell's voice. It was high, cold, and thin, like wind through a crack in a tomb door. "Use the boy." Quirrell turned. "Come here, Potter." Harry didn't move. The box was flooding him with data, Quirrell's position, the mirror's enchantment structure, the layout of the room, escape routes, the distance to the purple fire behind him. But underneath the data, a simple truth. He was alone in a room with the dark wizard who had murdered his parents, and his only allies were an unconscious friend, a crying friend, and an alien cube that couldn't throw a punch. "Come here," Quirrell repeated, "or I will make you." Harry came. Not because of the threat, because of the mirror, because the box had been analyzing Quirrell's words and had arrived at a conclusion that aligned with Harry's own desperate hope. The mirror's protection was psychological. It gave the stone to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Harry wanted to find it. He wanted to keep Voldemort from having it. He had no desire for immortality. He might be the only person in the room who could reach the stone. He stepped in front of the Mirror of Erised. He looked into the glass. His reflection looked back. Just Harry, skinny, scared, wearing robes that were slightly too long. No golden world this time. No new Genesis. No armored parents. Just Harry standing alone. Then his reflection smiled, and winked, and reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone and placed it back in the pocket. And Harry felt a weight appear in his real pocket, heavy, warm, unmistakable. The stone, he had it. The mirror had given it to him because he was the only person in the room who didn't want to use it. "Well," Quirrell demanded. "What do you see?" Harry thought fast. "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the house cup." "Good lie," the box said. "Maintain it." But the other voice, the cold, high voice, hissed, he lies, let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough for this." Quirrell reached up and began to unwrap his turban. The box screamed. Not a ping, a full-spectrum alert. Every warning system it possessed firing simultaneously, drowning Harry's awareness in a cascade of red urgency. Because what was under the turban, what lived on the back of Quirrell's skull, was the fragment of Voldemort's soul, and as the turban fell away and Quirrell turned around, Harry saw it. A face, chalk-white, with burning red eyes and slits for nostrils, pressed into the back of Quirrell's head like a death mask fused with living flesh. It was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen, more terrible than the image of Darkseid on his throne, because Darkseid was a distant threat, abstract and far away, and this was here, 3 feet away, looking at him with eyes that had killed his parents. "Harry Potter," said the face. "See what I have become, mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has sustained me these past months. Once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Now give me the stone." Harry stepped back. His hand went to his pocket, closing around the warm weight of the stone. "Don't be a fool," the face said. "Better save your own life and join me, or you'll meet the same end as your parents. They died begging me for mercy." Something detonated in Harry's chest. Not the box, not the god's signature. Something older, simpler, more human. A fury so vast and pure that it burned through fear like fire through paper. His parents had not begged. His mother had died standing between Voldemort and her son, and whatever else Harry didn't know about her, whether she was a new god, a descendant of cosmic beings, or just a muggle-born witch who loved her child enough to die for him, he knew that she had not begged. "Liar!" Harry shouted, and the box caught fire. The mother box didn't just activate. It erupted. Golden light exploded from Harry's chest, blasting outward in a shockwave that sent Quirrell staggering backward, his robes whipping around him like sails in a hurricane. The torches on the walls flared white and died. The Mirror of Erised rang like a struck bell, a pure crystalline tone that harmonized with the box's scream and filled the chamber with a sound that was beyond sound. It was geometry made audible, mathematics given voice, the fundamental frequency of a technology so advanced it had crossed the line into something indistinguishable from divinity. Harry stood at the center of it, and he was glowing. Not metaphorically, not subtly. His skin was luminous, golden light leaking from his pores, his eyes blazing with an amber radiance that turned the shadows into knives. The god signature, dormant for 11 years, sleeping in his blood like a dragon in its cave, had woken up. Not fully, not completely, but enough. The box had cracked the door, and what was pouring through was raw, unfiltered, the power of something that had been old when the stars were young. Quirrell Voldemort recoiled. The face on the back of Quirrell's head twisted, red eyes widening with something Harry had never expected to see there, confusion. "What is this?" Voldemort hissed. "What are you?" Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. The power was moving through him like a river through a broken dam, and the box was trying to channel it, shape it, keep it from tearing him apart, and the effort was consuming every scrap of its processing capacity. He could feel pings straining, not against him, never against him, but with him, desperately trying to be the banks of the river rather than the river itself. "Harry," the box gasped, and it had never sounded like that before, never sounded winded, never sounded like it was running out of something fundamental. "You have to control it. Your body can't sustain this output. You're burning through energy reserves you don't have yet. The signature isn't fully mature. It's like running a reactor at capacity before the containment is built. Tell me how. Focus. Pick one thing. One intention, channel everything into that. One thing, one intention." Harry looked at Voldemort's face, those red eyes, that lipless mouth, the architect of every misery in his life, and his intention crystallized with diamond clarity. "Protect the stone. Stop him. Keep my friends safe." The golden light contracted. It stopped radiating outward and pulled inward, condensing, focusing, wrapping around Harry like armor. And it was armor. The box was shaping it, using the god signature's energy output as raw material, constructing something from its own archived blueprints. Golden plate materialized over Harry's chest, his shoulders, his arms. Not heavy, it weighed nothing, existed at the intersection of physical and metaphysical, more concept than metal. The patterns on its surface were mother box patterns, interlocking circles that shifted and flowed. Harry looked down at himself and saw a warrior. An 11-year-old warrior in golden armor that had been worn by beings who fought wars across galaxies. "Seize him!" Voldemort shrieked, and Quirrell lunged. Quirrell's hands closed around Harry's throat, and Quirrell screamed. Where his skin touched Harry's, it blistered. Not burned, disintegrated, the flesh crumbling to ash on contact, and Quirrell howled and staggered back, staring at his ruined hands with horror. The skin was gone. The tissue beneath was gone. White bone gleamed in the golden light. The box analyzed in rapid fire. Lily Potter's protection, the sacrificial enchantment, the old magic, the love that had saved Harry as a baby, was interacting with the god signature. Two different forces, two different origins, magic and cosmic power, and where they overlapped, they amplified each other exponentially. Voldemort's touch, the touch of the thing that had murdered Lily, triggered both defenses simultaneously. The result was catastrophic for Voldemort. "Kill him! Kill him!" Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell, sobbing with agony, raised his wand. Harry didn't think. He reached out with both hands and grabbed Quirrell's face. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. Quirrell's skin blackened and cracked like parchment in a fire. He screamed, a sound that would live in Harry's nightmares for years, and tried to pull away, but Harry held on. Held on because the box was telling him that the fragment of Voldemort's soul was trying to flee, trying to rip itself free of the dying host. And if Harry let go, it would escape, and it would find another host, and this would never end. "No!" Voldemort shrieked, and his voice was losing coherence, dissolving into something raw and inhuman. "What are you?" "What?" Quirrell collapsed. His body hit the stone floor and didn't move, and under Harry's hands, the flesh continued to crumble, turning to ash, to dust, to nothing. The face on the back of his skull was screaming silently, red eyes bulging, and then with a sound like tearing silk, the fragment ripped free. A dark shape erupted from the disintegrating body. Shadow and smoke and malice given form, a wraith, a thing that had no right to exist, and it hung in the air for one terrible moment, Voldemort's face visible in the smoke, those red eyes fixed on Harry with a hatred that transcended death. Then it fled. Through the wall, through the stone, through the earth itself, a dark comet trailing screams, gone. Harry stood over Quirrell's remains and breathed. The golden armor flickered. The light dimmed. His legs buckled, and he caught himself on the Mirror of Erised, one hand on the glass, and in the reflection he saw himself, just Harry again, no armor, no glow, just a boy with glasses and a scar and blood on his hands. "Ping," said the box, and the ping was faint, exhausted, the faintest whisper of a tone. "Ping, ping. Are you okay? Depleted. Need time. You need hospital." Harry's vision blurred. The chamber swam. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone, still warm, still heavy, still real, and clutched it to his chest. "We did it," he thought. "We stopped him." "Yes," the box agreed, fading. "But Harry, what?" "The energy output, the armor, the boom tube frequency spillage from the god signature activation. If anyone was monitoring for new god emissions within a planetary radius, Harry's blood went cold. The armor, the light. He'd been so focused on Voldemort that he hadn't considered the signal implications. The god signature, when it activated, didn't just produce visible light, it produced emissions across spectrums the box couldn't fully suppress, frequencies that propagated through dimensions human science didn't know existed. Granny Goodness, Harry thought. She would have felt it, the box said. She is apocalyptin. She has the technology. The box stopped transmitting. Not voluntarily, it ran out of energy, shutting down to preserve core functions, and Harry felt it go dormant behind his sternum like a candle flame being cupped against the wind. Still there, still alive, but silent. Harry stood alone in the chamber with a dead man and a stone and the knowledge that he just set off a flare visible to the one person on Earth he most needed to hide from. He took one step toward the door, then another. The purple flames were gone. Snape's protection had expired when the potions were consumed. Harry walked back through the chambers on autopilot. The troll was still unconscious. The chessboard was still. He found Hermione kneeling beside Ron, who was sitting up, groggy and confused, holding his head. "Harry," Hermione leaped to her feet. "Are you, oh God, is that blood? What happened? Where's Quirrell?" "Dead," Harry said, and his voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. He was attached to him on the back of his head. He tried to take the stone. I stopped him." He held up the Philosopher's Stone. In the torchlight it glowed like a ruby heart. Hermione stared at it, then at Harry, then at the blood on his hands, Quirrell's ash actually, but it looked like blood in the dim light, and her face crumpled and she threw her arms around him, and held on so tight Harry felt his ribs creak. "I thought you were dead," she whispered. "I thought you were dead and I'd have to come in there and find you and I couldn't." "I'm here," Harry said. "I'm okay." "You are very much not okay, mate," Ron said from the floor, squinting at Harry with the critical eye of someone who'd been unconscious 5 minutes ago and was therefore an expert on looking terrible. "You look like you've been hit by lightning and then set on fire." "Close enough," Harry said, and tried to smile, and the world tilted sideways. Hermione caught him. Ron, wincing, got to his feet and took Harry's other arm. Together, the three of them made their way back through the trapdoor, past a still sleeping Fluffy, and into the third-floor corridor, where Snape was waiting. The potions master was leaning against the wall, arms folded, his face a thundercloud of fury, and unless Harry was hallucinating from exhaustion, relief. His black eyes swept over the three of them, cataloging injuries with the efficiency of someone who'd seen a lot of damage in his life. "Quirrell?" he asked. "Dead," Harry said again. The word was getting easier to say, which bothered him. Snape closed his eyes. A muscle in his jaw worked. Then he opened his eyes and said, in a voice that was almost but not quite devoid of its usual venom, "Hospital wing. Now, all three of you, move." They moved. Snape walked behind them, not helping, not touching, but present, a dark guardian at their backs. And the box was too dormant to scan him, but Harry didn't need the box to feel what was coming off the man in waves. A complicated, furious, devastated relief that Harry Potter was alive. They reached the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey descended on them like a force of nature, and Harry was pushed into a bed and forced to drink potions that tasted like liquid regret, and Hermione was checked for shock, and Ron's concussion was diagnosed and treated, and through it all, Harry clutched the Philosopher's Stone in his fist and wouldn't let go until McGonagall herself appeared and gently, firmly pried it from his fingers. "I'll keep this safe," she said. "You've done more than enough." Harry slept. Deeply, dreamlessly, the kind of sleep that isn't rest but shut down, the body and mind reaching their limit and simply turning off. The box slept too, deep in its recovery cycle, rebuilding energy reserves one molecule at a time. He woke to sunlight. Warm, golden afternoon sunlight pouring through the hospital wing windows. And sitting beside his bed, wearing half-moon spectacles and an expression of profound gentleness, was Albus Dumbledore. "Good afternoon, Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry blinked. His glasses were on the bedside table. He reached for them, put them on, and the world sharpened. "The stone," he started. "Safe, returned to Nicholas Flamel, who has decided, after some discussion, that it is time the stone was destroyed." Destroyed. Nicholas and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order, and then, yes, they will die. Dumbledore smiled at Harry's expression. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Harry thought about Voldemort, the wraith screaming as it fled, the desperate hunger for immortality, the willingness to murder and parasitize and degrade just to cling to existence, and thought that Flamel's choice was the bravest thing he'd ever heard. "Sir," Harry said, "Quirrell is, I know. Professor Snape informed me when I returned this morning. I arrived too late, Harry. I should have been here." Something flickered behind those blue eyes, guilt, real guilt, the kind that couldn't be hidden behind twinkling benevolence. "I realized my error as soon as I reached London. The message was a ruse. I turned back immediately, but you couldn't have known." I should have known. It is my job to know. Dumbledore paused. Harry, I owe you an explanation. Several explanations, in fact. Harry waited. The protections around the stone were not merely security measures. They were, as I suspect you've guessed, a test. A gauntlet designed to slow Voldemort's agent long enough for me to intervene. I intended to be the one who confronted Quirrell. Not you. Never you. But you weren't here. And so an 11-year-old boy faced a monster in my place, and I will carry the shame of that for as long as I live. The words landed quietly, without drama, and they were more affecting for it. Dumbledore wasn't performing remorse. He was stating it plainly, the way one states a fact. I should have told you about the stone, Dumbledore continued. I should have told you about Quirrell. I kept you ignorant because I believed ignorance was safety, and I was wrong. You found the truth anyway, because you are your mother's son in ways I am only beginning to understand. The mother box stirred, not fully awake, still groggy, still rebuilding, but aware enough to register that last sentence and flag it with a sequence of pings that translated roughly as he knows more than he's saying about your mother. My mother, Harry said carefully. What do you mean ways you're beginning to understand? Dumbledore's blue eyes held Harry's for a long moment. The twinkling was absent. What was left was sharp and serious and very, very old. Your mother was remarkable, Harry. Not merely as a witch, as a person. She had a quality that I have encountered only rarely in my long life. A capacity for love so profound that it transcended the boundaries of what magic should be able to accomplish. Her sacrifice for you created a protection that has no precedent in any magical literature I have studied. He paused, chose his next words with care. I have spent 11 years studying that protection, trying to understand it, and I have concluded that it is not, strictly speaking, magical. The hospital wing was very quiet. Dust motes drifted in the sunlight. Harry's heart was beating very fast. It functions through magical channels, Dumbledore said. It manifests as magic. But the underlying energy, the source of the protection, is something else. Something I have never encountered. Something that, frankly, I do not have a name for. He's describing the god signature, the box whispered, barely audible through its exhaustion. Your mother's protection. It's not just love channeled through magic. It's love channeled through the source. The fundamental energy of the new gods. She had it, Harry. She may not have known what it was, but she had it, and she used it to save you. Harry's vision blurred. Not from exhaustion this time. From something he didn't have a word for, grief and joy and wonder tangled together so tightly they formed a single emotion that filled his chest and pressed against the inside of his ribs. His mother, Lily Evans, Muggle-born witch, daughter of a lineage that stretched back further than anyone knew, carrying in her blood the dormant spark of something cosmic, something that had slept for generations until the moment she needed it most. The moment she stood between her son and death and chose to burn. She hadn't just loved him enough to die. She'd loved him enough to activate a power that had been sleeping in her bloodline for millennia, a power she'd never known she had, a power that had come roaring to life in the instant of her sacrifice and wrapped itself around her son like armor. The god signature, the power of the new gods, the source. His mother had been a new god, and she'd never known it, and she'd used her inheritance to save him without understanding what she was doing, driven by nothing but love. Harry pressed his hands to his face and breathed and didn't cry, not quite, but came close enough that Dumbledore politely looked away. I don't pretend to understand what your mother was, Harry, Dumbledore said softly, or what you are. But I know that whatever power lives in you, it was activated by love. And anything born from love cannot be wholly dark. He's right, the box murmured. He doesn't know the details, but he's right. Harry lowered his hands. His eyes were red but dry. Sir, what happened to Voldemort? The thing that came out of Quirrell. Gone, for now. Without the stone, without a host, he will retreat into the shadows. But he is not destroyed, Harry. He will try again. I know. and you will be ready." It wasn't a question. Dumbledore said it with a certainty that went beyond optimism, beyond confidence. It was the statement of a man who had looked at the evidence and drawn a conclusion he couldn't fully explain but believed absolutely. "I have one more thing to tell you," Dumbledore said. "And it is perhaps the most important." Harry waited. The protections on the stone were designed by the professors of this school. Each contributed according to their specialty. But there was one additional protection that I did not advertise. I enchanted the Mirror of Erised to give the stone only to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. This was my final defense. And it worked. It worked because you are who you are, Harry, not what you are. Who? Dumbledore's eyes found his again, and this time the twinkle was back, faint, warm, the light of a man who had seen darkness and chosen, over and over, to believe in something brighter. "There are those who will tell you that your power defines you, that your blood, your lineage, your inheritance determines your worth. They will be wrong. You stood in that chamber and chose to protect rather than possess, and that choice, that human, simple, beautiful choice, is what saved you. Not power, not destiny, you." The box pinged, softly, warmly. "He's right, he's right, he's right." Dumbledore stood. "I'll let you rest. There is, I believe, a small mountain of sweets from your admirers." He gestured to the bedside table, which was indeed piled with chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's beans, and what appeared to be a toilet seat, which Harry strongly suspected was from Fred and George. "Sir," Harry said as Dumbledore turned to leave. "Yes, Harry. Did you feel anything last night? When I was down there?" A careful question. A test. Harry wanted to know if Dumbledore had sensed the god signature's activation, the golden light, the armor, the surge of power that the box said would have been detectable to anyone sensitive enough. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I felt something," he said. "From London, across 400 miles. I felt something that made me abandon my meeting and commandeer a broomstick and fly through the night as fast as I have ever flown, because I knew, Harry, in my bones, that something was happening in this castle that the world had not seen in a very long time." He smiled. "Get some rest." He left. His footsteps faded down the hospital wing corridor, and Harry lay in his bed and stared at the ceiling and felt the box slowly, carefully powering back up, its hum strengthening by degrees like a sunrise. "Welcome back," Harry thought. "I never left," the box said. "I was just quiet. How are you?" "Functional, 37% capacity, full recovery in approximately 48 hours. And the signal, the emission from the god signature activation." A pause. The box ran calculations it didn't want to run and arrived at conclusions it didn't want to share. It was detected, it said finally. "I cannot confirm by whom, but the emission was significant. Planetary radius at minimum. Anyone with apocalyptic technology within that range would have felt it. Granny goodness, almost certainly." Harry closed his eyes. One problem solved, another magnified. Voldemort was gone but not dead. The stone was saved but would be destroyed. And somewhere in the castle, a woman with a warm smile and a cold heart had just received confirmation that her target was everything she'd hoped he would be. What will she do? The box considered. She will accelerate. The 30-day timeline is no longer relevant. She has proof now. She will act soon. How soon? Days, possibly hours. Harry opened his eyes. The hospital wing was quiet. Ron was asleep in the next bed, snoring gently. Hermione was curled up in a chair between them, a book open on her lap, her eyes closed. She'd fallen asleep reading, which was the most Hermione thing imaginable, and which the box catalogued with a ping of pure affection. "I need to be ready," Harry thought. "You need to rest," the box countered. "I need to be ready and rest. Can you help with that?" The box hesitated. Then it offered something it had never offered before, a deeper integration, a sharing of processing load. While Harry slept, the box would watch. It would monitor the castle, track Granny Goodness's movements, analyze threat patterns, and prepare response scenarios. It would be Harry's sentinel while Harry's body did what 11-year-old bodies needed to do after channeling cosmic power for the first time. Okay, Harry thought, watch, keep us safe. Always, the box said. Sleep now. Harry slept. He dreamed of his mother, not the Mirror of Erised version, not the armored warrior in the golden world, just Lily. Red hair, green eyes, laughing. She was in a garden, and the sun was warm, and she was holding him, baby Harry, fat and giggling, and she was saying something he couldn't quite hear, but the tone of it was clear. It was the tone of someone telling their child something important, something they might not understand now but would need later. The box didn't intrude on the dream. It stood guard at the edges and let him have it. He woke at dawn. The hospital wing was gray with early light. Ron was still snoring. Hermione was still sleeping in her chair, the book now closed and clutched to her chest like a teddy bear. And standing at the foot of Harry's bed, watching him with an expression of tender concern, was Madame Good. Harry's blood froze. She was just standing there, hands clasped in front of her, ministry robes neat and pressed. That warm, grandmotherly smile on her face. But her eyes in the gray dawn light, with no one else awake to perform for, her eyes were wrong. They were too dark, too deep, and something moved in them that didn't belong in a human face. "Good morning, Harry," she said softly. "How are you feeling?" The box screamed to life. Every system it had went from standby to maximum in the space between heartbeats, and Harry felt the surge like a jolt of electricity snapping him from drowsy to combat alert in an instant. "She's here. She's right here, 3 feet away." "Harry, I'm fine," Harry said. His voice was steady. He was proud of that. "You had quite an ordeal last night," Madame Good said. She pulled a chair from somewhere and sat down, crossing her ankles, settling in as if this were a casual visit. "The whole school is talking about it. A troll, a dark wizard, a fight underground. You're very brave. I had help. You did, good friends." She glanced at Ron and Hermione with what looked like genuine warmth. "But there are some things friends can't help with, aren't there? Some things that are bigger than friendship, bigger than school, bigger than this world." The temperature in the hospital wing dropped. Not physically, the box confirmed the ambient temperature was unchanged. But in Harry's perception, in the quality of the air between them, something shifted. The pretense was thinning. Madame Good was testing the waters, probing, seeing how much she could reveal without committing. "I don't know what you mean," Harry said. "I think you do." She leaned forward. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "I felt what you did last night, Harry, the power, the light. I felt it the way you feel a sunrise with your whole body, with every part of you. And it was beautiful." Harry said nothing. The box was running threat calculations at maximum speed, and the numbers were not good. Granny Goodness, if she chose to act, could overpower every ward in the hospital wing before anyone could respond. She could open a boom tube and drag Harry through it before Madame Pomfrey finished her morning tea. The only things stopping her were strategy and preference. She wanted Harry to come willingly. A broken, unwilling recruit was less valuable than a willing one. "You don't belong here," she said, and her voice was so kind, so understanding that it hurt. "You know that. You've always known it. The cupboard under the stairs. The people who should have loved you and didn't. The world that calls you a hero but doesn't see you, not really, not what you truly are." Harry felt something crack inside him. Not because she was wrong, because she was right. Every word was precisely calibrated to hit the places that hurt most. The loneliness and the hunger, and the feeling of being fundamentally different from everyone around him. She knew him. She'd been studying him for months, and she knew exactly where the cracks were, and she was pressing on them with the gentleness of a surgeon and the precision of a torturer. "There's a place," she said, "a place where you would be understood, where your power would be celebrated, not feared, where you would never be alone again. I could take you there, right now, tonight, whenever you're ready." "Apocalypse," Harry said. Madame Good's smile widened. And something happened to her face. The mask slipped. Not all the way, but enough. Her features shifted, just slightly, the bones under the skin rearranging themselves into proportions that weren't quite human. Eyes darkened from brown to something that had no name in the visible spectrum. "You know," she said, and there was delight in her voice, genuine delight, the pleasure of a hunter discovering that the prey was even more impressive than expected. "How long?" "Months. And you said nothing, you smiled at me. You let me think." She laughed. It was a warm laugh, a grandmother's laugh, and it was horrible. "Oh, you magnificent child, you've been playing me. At 11 years old you've been playing Granny Goodness." She stood. The chair scraped against the stone floor. She was taller now, not physically, but in presence, in the weight of her attention. The disguise was crumbling. The ministry robes looked wrong on her, like a costume for a play she'd grown tired of performing. "I'm going to make you an offer, Harry. A real offer. No games, no manipulation. Honest terms." Harry sat up in bed. The box was vibrating against his ribs, pouring strength into him, fighting through its own depletion to give him everything it had. "Come with me," Granny Goodness said. "Come to Apocalypse. I will train you. I will unlock every ounce of power in your blood. I will make you what you were born to be, not a wizard, not a schoolboy, not the boy who lived. A god. A new god in the fullness of your inheritance. You will never be hungry again, never be cold, never be alone. You will have purpose. You will have family, you will have me." She held out her hand, and for one terrible, shining moment Harry wanted to take it because she was right. He didn't belong here. He was carrying something inside him that dwarfed the wizarding world, something that connected him to a cosmos so vast that Earth was barely a speck. The power he'd felt last night, the golden light, the armor, the cosmic fire, it had felt like coming home. More than Hogwarts, more than Gryffindor Tower. More than anything. And Granny Goodness was offering to show him how to feel that way forever. The box was silent. It wasn't going to make this choice for him. It understood, better than any machine should have been able to understand, that this was a human moment, a crossroads, and the path Harry chose had to be chosen by Harry, not by an algorithm or a tactical assessment or a fear response. Harry looked at Granny Goodness's outstretched hand. He looked at the warmth in her eyes, the promise of belonging, the seductive simplicity of surrender. Then he looked at Ron, asleep in the next bed, mouth open, one arm hanging off the side of the mattress. Ron, who'd sacrificed himself on a chessboard so Harry could go forward. Ron, who'd said cool and terrifying when Harry had told him the truth, and then hadn't treated him any differently. He looked at Hermione, curled in her chair, a book clutched to her chest, who'd set a teacher's robes on fire to save him, who'd taken his cosmic secret and turned it into a research project because that was how she showed love, by trying to understand. He looked at the hospital wing, the stone walls, the high windows, the beds where generations of students had recovered from Quidditch injuries and hex mishaps, and the ordinary disasters of growing up. Hogwarts. The first place that had ever felt like it could be home. And he thought about his mother, Lily Evans, who had carried the god signature in her blood and never known it, who had lived her whole life as a witch and a woman and a mother, and who had used her cosmic inheritance not to conquer worlds or build empires but to save one small boy in a crib. She'd had the power of the new gods and she'd used it for love. That was the answer. It had always been the answer. "No," Harry said. Granny Goodness's smile didn't waver. "Think carefully, child. This offer will not come again." "I have thought carefully. I've been thinking about it since October when Ping told me what you are. And the answer is number. You don't understand what you're refusing. I'm refusing Apocalypse. I'm refusing Darkseid, and I'm refusing you." Harry's voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a decision that went all the way down to bedrock. "You want me to come with you so you can break me and rebuild me into a weapon. That's what you do. You take children who are lost and lonely and you give them what they need just long enough to make them dependent, and then you twist them into something that serves your master. I know, Ping showed me, the orphanages, the fire pits. The loyalty conditioning. Granny Goodness's face hardened. The grandmother mask cracked and fell away, and what was underneath was ancient and terrible. A being who had tortured thousands, broken millions, who had turned love itself into a tool of control for longer than human civilization had existed. "You think you know," she said, and her voice was no longer warm. It was iron. "You think your little machine told you everything, but you don't know what it's like to stand before Darkseid, to feel his will. When he comes, and he will come, child, the signal has been sent, and the Lord of Apocalypse does not ignore signals. You will wish you had accepted my kindness." "Maybe," Harry said, "but I'll face him as myself, not as your pet." She stared at him. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The hospital wing was absolutely silent. Ron's snoring had stopped, though Harry didn't know if he'd woken or just shifted in his sleep. Then Granny Goodness smiled. A real smile, but not a kind one. A smile of acknowledgement, of grudging respect, of a predator recognizing that this particular prey was going to be more trouble than expected. "You have spine," she said. "I'll grant you that. Your mother had spine too." Harry went rigid. "You knew my mother?" "I know all the new god bloodlines, child. Every one. Even the ones that think they're hidden. Especially those." She straightened her ministry robes, and as Harry watched, the wrongness faded from her features, the human mask reassembling itself, Madam Good sliding back into place over Granny Goodness like a glove over a fist. "I'll leave Hogwarts today. My inspection is complete." She turned toward the door. Then she stopped. "One more thing," she said without turning around. "You asked me what I know about your mother. Here's what I know. The god signature in your bloodline was not an accident. It was not a random mutation or a cosmic coincidence. Someone put it there. Someone hid it on Earth in a specific lineage for a specific purpose. Your mother box was hidden in the same place. Think about what that means, Harry." She walked away. Her footsteps echoed down the hospital wing corridor, click, 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 and then silence. Harry sat in his bed and stared at the empty doorway and felt the world rearrange itself again around a new revelation. The god signature hadn't been an accident. It had been planted, deliberately, in his mother's bloodline. And Ping had been placed nearby, waiting for the signature to express itself strongly enough to activate. Someone had planned this. Someone had engineered the entire thing, hidden a new god's genetic legacy on Earth, hidden a mother box in a goblin vault, and waited. For centuries, for millennia. For the right child to be born, the right hand to reach out, the right moment for the box to sing and the blood to wake. Who? Harry asked the box. Who would do that? Who could? The box was barely functional, running on fumes, but it marshaled its remaining processing power and offered one word. Not a name, a concept. An impression of intent so vast and purposeful that it dwarfed even Darkseid's ambition. The source. The fundamental energy of reality. The power from which all new gods drew their strength. Not a person, not a being, but the universe's own consciousness, if consciousness was even the right word. The source didn't plan the way people planned. It moved the way rivers moved, the way gravity moved, shaping events over cosmic timescales toward outcomes that only it could perceive. The source had put Harry here, on Earth, in this time, with this power, for a reason that even a mother box couldn't fully comprehend. Harry lay back against his pillows. The ceiling of the hospital wing was high and white and thoroughly ordinary, and he stared at it and tried to feel small and human and couldn't quite manage it because something in him, the god signature, the source's fingerprint, his mother's legacy, was humming with a quiet, patient certainty that the story was just beginning. Ron woke up. What time is it? Why does my head feel like a bludger used it for practice?" Hermione stirred in her chair. "Because it effectively was. How are you feeling?" "Like I got hit by a giant chess piece." "Oh, wait." They looked at Harry, he looked at them. And despite everything, Voldemort's wraith, Granny Goodness's offer, the cosmic conspiracy that had shaped his entire existence, he smiled. "I'm starving," he said. "Is it breakfast yet?" Ron grinned. "Now you're talking." They got up. They got dressed. They walked out of the hospital wing together, 3 11-year-olds in a castle full of magic, heading for the Great Hall because breakfast was the most important meal of the day and because some things, friendship, hunger, the simple pleasure of sitting with people who knew what you were and loved you anyway, were more real than destiny. The mother box hummed behind Harry's sternum, faint but steady, recovering, watching, loving him in whatever way a sentient alien cube could love. "Ping," it said. "I know," Harry thought. "I love you too." The Great Hall was loud and bright and full of students eating toast and arguing about exams. The enchanted ceiling showed a sky of brilliant blue, and sunlight streamed through the high windows, and Dumbledore sat at the staff table and watched Harry enter with a smile that was complicated and kind and very, very knowing. Harry sat down between Ron and Hermione. He poured pumpkin juice. He reached for the bacon. And in the seat at the staff table where Madame Good had sat for months, there was an empty chair. She was gone. The box confirmed it. Her magical signature had vanished from the castle sometime in the last hour. A boom tube, hidden, silent, opened and closed in the space between heartbeats. She'd gone home. But she'd be back, or someone worse would come. Darkseid would hear her report, and the Lord of Apocalypse would turn his burning eyes toward a small blue planet in an unremarkable solar system. And the real story, the cosmic story, the war that had been coming since the moment a boy touched a golden box in the dark, would begin. Harry knew this. The box knew this. And somewhere in the place where the source moved like a river through the foundations of reality, something vast and purposeful knew it too and was not afraid, because it had planned for this. It had planted a seed and waited for it to grow, and the seed was Harry, 11 years old, glasses slightly crooked, bacon in one hand and pumpkin juice in the other, sitting between his best friends in a castle full of magic, carrying in his blood the legacy of gods and in his chest the most advanced technology in the cosmos, and in his heart the protection of a mother who had loved him enough to reshape reality. He was Harry Potter. He was a wizard. He was a new god. And he was just getting started. The end-of-year feast came and went. Gryffindor won the House Cup. Dumbledore awarded last-minute points for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years. And the use of cool logic in the face of fire, and pure nerve and outstanding courage. And the hall erupted, and Harry and Ron and Hermione screamed themselves hoarse, and the box pinged along with the applause in what was definitely an attempt at celebration. Exams passed. Trunks were packed. Students filed onto the Hogwarts Express, and the castle shrank behind them, towers and turrets dissolving into the Scottish mist. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, Hedwig dozing in her cage, the countryside rolling past outside the window. Green hills, blue sky, the simple, beautiful ordinariness of a world that didn't know what was coming. So, Ron said, "Second year." "Second year," Hermione agreed. "Think it'll be quieter." Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other, and then they laughed, the kind of laugh that was half joy and half terror, the laugh of people who'd faced the impossible together and come out the other side. "No," Harry said. "Definitely not." The box pinged. The train carried them south. And somewhere between the stars, something ancient turned its gaze toward Earth and began, with the patience of eternity, to move. Harry touched the place above his heart where the mother box hummed its endless, faithful song. His eyes found the window and the wide, bright sky beyond it. "Whatever comes," he thought, "I'll be ready." The box corrected gently, "We will be ready." Harry smiled. The train rocked on. The summer stretched ahead, and beyond it the unknown, and beyond that the cosmos itself, vast and strange and waiting. He was going home to the Dursleys. He was going home to a cupboard under the stairs. But for the first time in his life he wasn't afraid, because home wasn't a place anymore. Home was a box that sang, and 2 friends who stayed, and a mother's love burned into his very cells. Home was something he carried with him. And nothing in the universe, not Voldemort, not Granny Goodness, not Darkseid himself could take it away. Ping.